in this country to ensure that we extend amnesty to those who will have been documented over the years to have stolen public funds. We give them the opportunity to give us part of the money they stole, but also if they fail, then the law can take its course. We are looking at having performance-based contracts for all the people who will be doing work, public work for the public, for the government. We are looking at strengthening the e-governance issue, especially when it comes to procurement, so that all procurements, public procurements, are really done under an e-government system to be followed up very properly. But we're also looking at having a mandatory lifestyle audit. We need to ensure as a country that public sector workers, the money, the income they generate, the income they get is proportionate to their wealth. And then when we go to the ICT or information, of course we are looking at a number of things, particularly on strengthening, on extending infrastructure across the entire country. We need to ensure that we have an ICT infrastructure that can enable a majority of Ugandans to access internet services, to access ICT services, but also to bring down the cost of internet, to bring down the cost of ICT services, but also to bring down the cost of ICT devices so that they can be affordable to most of the Ugandans to benefit the entire country. We want to see that the UCC tribunal is in place and operational. It's been talked about for a number of years. It needs to be operational. This will help arbitrate issues that arise among media practitioners, but also it's not just about the UCC tribunal, it's also about the UCC Act. We need to amend it to serve its purpose. We are looking at introducing a social media charter. This is new, I'm very sure new to Ugandans. A social media charter, first of all, to ensure that Ugandans enjoy the freedom of expression, enjoy the freedom of speech, but also enjoying that freedom while putting into consideration the other people with whom they interact, with whom they enjoy this right, enjoying the right to expression, enjoying the freedom of expression, while putting into consideration other people, while protecting Ugandans from the harmful effects of social media use.
Hello Uganda, this is Geoffrey Kayemba Solo, Member of Parliament representing Bukomansimbi South Constituency in Bukomansimbi Greater Masaka, and an alternative minister for sports. One of my priorities as a minister is sports infrastructure at a regional level. So that in Arua they have an international stadium, the same in Kabale, the same in Masaka, that will help us to grow the sports more and more and more, and that's the role of the government. Another priority is about the tax waivers. When you look at other sectors we have in this country, other investors are given tax waivers. Other products come free of taxes, but sports is totally different. Sports is becoming professional. Sports is just growing in our country. So we need a greater attention there. That's why we call upon what we need. We get to give tax waivers to the investors that come here, to remove taxes from all sports products that come into our country, so that we can attract more investors into the sport. If we don't do that, we are going to lose many people, and sports is going to remain as a leisure activity. When you look at former athletes, the way they look, my friend, you don't need to tell your child to join this sport. They are just suffering. Yet they have carried the national flag. They have marketed Uganda everywhere. So we need a better way, a better system for them, financial system for them. They need, if you come on a national team, you need to be paid, you need to receive your pensions, so that they can act as a good example to the younger generation. Thank you very much.
I'm Dr. Batua Timothy Lusala, Member of Parliament, Jinja West Constituency. I'm the Shadow Minister of Health. I lead the entire opposition on matters on health. We've looked at budget priority number 1 as the need of functionalizing health center funds. We've established that there is a relationship between dental care and non-communicable diseases. If dental care is not well addressed, you now tend to have your heart disease. You tend to have other organs diseased. So we want that service to be handled at health center first, maternal health to be handled there. There is a theater, so if it's supported with an ultrasound scan, that can be handled. There is an X-ray that should also complement theater. So if we functionalize health center first, we shall reduce the congestion at national referral, at the regional referral hospitals. and we shall address a very high number of citizens. Secondly, we are going preventive rather than curative. So we want to strengthen the village health teams, the community health extensive workers. We envisage a Uganda that has village health teams, each individual carrying a glucometer, a blood pressure machine, being in a position to even understand and read the, pulse oximeters, such that health is handled primarily at household levels, and effective referrals can be made thereafter. We want to eradicate malaria completely out of Uganda. Our plan is that the mosquito is the enemy, and therefore we should spray the mosquito to bring down the population, the rate threshold that the disease of malaria simply gets eradicated. We are going to prioritize area spraying, and we are going for the large sources, large lava sources. We go for the wetlands, do area spraying in there, do larviciding in there at massive scale. Once the large sources of mosquitoes are suppressed, the disease will get eradicated. We improve the human resource structure so that you access a medical personnel that needs to address your health issue at the facilities that are at lower level. Last but not least, we are desirous to reduce the out-of-pocket spending. We know that largely most of the Ugandans are spending so much on health. We have interacted with those that have to sell some of their belongings, some of their properties, a goat to treat. They sell a cow to handle medical costs. So we are going to design and bring in place a very good medical health insurance scheme. Thank you very much.
Dr. Bed Bwanika, the Shadow Minister for Agriculture. We are aware that 74% of our population is rural. Our priorities, number one, is to ensure that we provide water for production. This is water for irrigation, so that we can get our people from farming that depends on rain to farming that depends on irrigation. That will improve production and productivity for our people who are engaged in farming. Our second priority is to ensure that we invest in the storage system for the food. We need to invest in silos so that our people, they don't sell their food while they have just harvested. We also want to reduce the losses which are post-harvest. We want to invest in the market access. Currently, because there is no traceability for our food products, we don't have a national food regulatory agency. That also impedes our people, and it limits them in terms of market access. So we want to invest in an agency that is going to regulate food and food products in this country. That is going to be a priority. Currently, we don't have a national bank for agriculture, and our people access commercial loans which don't rhyme with agriculture and the dynamics of agriculture. Government is talking about PDM, and they want to invest over $1 trillion shillings annually into PDM. This money alone is enough for us to establish a national agricultural bank so that our farmers can access affordable credit and it can be available for them. We want to invest in the area of agricultural inputs. Currently, we have substandard agricultural inputs on the market in terms of herbicides, acaricides, in terms of drugs. And these have affected the farmers in terms of losses, but also it affects the productivity of our farmers. So we want to invest in that area as a priority so that our farmers can access affordable but quality agricultural inputs so that we can improve agriculture in this country. I want to thank you so much.
My name is Honorable Nyakatu Asnan. I'm the Woman Member of Parliament for Hoima Oil City and the Shadow Minister for Energy and Mineral Development. As the alternative government in the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development, this coming financial year, we plan to ensure that we compensate all the project-affected persons along the pipeline and also all the project-affected persons in the mineral-prone areas like Karamoja, Bushia, Mubende, and Buhweju, We also plan to ensure that we prioritize the issue of the refinery. We need the refinery as early as yesterday. The issue of local content is an issue which we feel we have to address in this coming financial year. And of course, the issue of the fuel reserves. We very well know that as a country, we have those reserves which were far back constructed in 1971 by the former president, Idi Amin Dada. So it's a high time that as an alternative government, we prioritize the issue of establishing our own reserves, the new reserves, and to higher capacity. We also plan to ensure that we cut the power tariffs. The power tariffs are so high that a vulnerable Ugandan cannot afford. It is so expensive. The prices of sustainability. Just imagine the pole, just a single pole going at 720,000. It is too much money for vulnerable Ugandan to afford. The issue of dimmed energy. This electricity which has been produced is in the dams, but it has not been connected to the main grid. We are going to make sure that we prioritize to ensure that most of these dams have been connected to the main grid so that Ugandans can be able to consume this electricity.
My name is Brenda Nakenya, MP for Luel District and Shadow Minister for Education. As the alternative, we want an ideal education sector which offers quality education and which is accessible to all regardless of where they come from, who they are, what kind of disabilities they have. In this financial year, we are prioritizing 4 issues. The first issue is the restoration of the Inspectorate of Schools department in the education sector. We are aware that actually the Department of Inspection is less funded. Inspection is not only limited to infrastructure, number of teachers, but also quality of education. If you underfund the Inspectorate department, then you're killing education. Secondly, we want to popularize the new lower secondary curriculum. There have been so many outcries from the teachers, the learners, and also those stakeholders who are very interested in education that actually it is very hard to instruct learners in this new curriculum because most of the teachers were not well prepared. So as the alternative, we want to correct this mistake in this coming financial year. As the alternative, we want to increase capitation grants for the effective management of schools at all levels. We are going to better this so that we provide quality education to our learners. We want to put food in schools, and we are coming up with a policy which we are going to fund so that we can better all our schools in this country.
Thank you very much. I'm sure the rest of, yes, you can give them a round of applause. The rest of the alternative policies, the statements from the shadow ministers will be played later on. But that was to help you get a feel, especially of the theme for this budget reading, which is Rethinking Uganda's Economy, a human rights approach to resources allocation. Now, our main presentation for the day is coming up, but I would like to invite the Shadow Minister for Finance, Planning and Economic Development, Honorable Mpuuga Chivumbi, to kindly come and take us through the budget highlights, and thereafter his highlights, we shall have the budget speech from the leader of the opposition in Parliament. So let's give Honorable Mpuuga Chivumbi a round of applause. He might not have a briefcase, but I'm sure that what he has is adequate enough.
The President of the National Unity Platform, Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, the leader of opposition and my boss. I'm being very careful with the protocol. I'm not very used to protocol. And I know the representative of GEMA, the representative of PPU. I don't know how Honorable Nyanjula is representing the road. PP. Honorable Nyanja could be representative of the Lord Mayor, I would guess. FDC is the president of FDC. So I came late. First of all, and honorable colleagues, I've seen the Inspector General of Government and quite the Secretary General of our party. I've seen my boss, the Opposition Chief Whip. Due protocol observed. I first of all tender my apology. I came in late. I had a lecture to give in Makerere from 8 to 10. And it's an international class. I always teach it twice a year. So I had to make that obligation. So I'm sorry for coming late. It's not my way. My work is simple. My work is to present the highlights of the budget. But before I do so, let me remind myself and the colleagues here, when I was running our trade in public service, Dr. Kawanga Semogerere emphasized that you must sharpen our 5 senses. For you to have a successful career in public life, in whatever endeavor you go to, you must have a sense of duty, a sense of responsibility, a sense of conviction, a sense of commitment, a sense of sacrifice, a sense of patriotism, and above all, a sense of courage. During my presentation, I will refer to each of these senses because whatever I'm going to present speaks volumes about them. The highlight of, I'm supposed to make a very brief presentation. The highlight of this budget, I'm required to really give the highlight of the resource envelope. And the entire budget speech will be by the leader of opposition. And I will not diverge so much into those details. Now, when you look at, I don't know whether that graph is big enough. We have 2 budgets. We have the government's budget, and that's the one I will start with, which is the resource envelope. It has revenue projected to be 28.8 trillion. They intend to, by law, you have to indicate whether you get money from the petroleum fund. The government indicated they will get 0. Now, I want only that one. They intend to do a domestic borrowing, where they are going to borrow. Last year, they borrowed 5 trillion. This year, they are going to borrow 1.5 trillion. They are going to do external borrowing. External borrowing last year was 6.7 trillion. This year, they are going to borrow 8 trillion. That's the government's budget proposal from the budget framework paper. Because I've looked at this morning at the detail of the budget that they've laid, it has slightly changed. The figures are fairly different, slightly different. They are going to do a domestic refinancing, which is a debt rollover. Of last year, it was 8 trillion. This year, it is going to increase to 8.7 trillion. They are going to do local government revenue for local government mobilization, and this speaks volumes. All our local governments are going to generate 238 billion, and 200, and it will be the same as this year. Now, when you look at that budget, the total amount of money will be 48 trillion, which they are going to collect, but then they go down to reduce that budget because some are statutory obligations. They are going to do external debt repayment. That is the money they are going to use to pay for our external debt, which is called amortization. they are going to pay 2.4 trillion of that money. So you reduce the 49 now by 2.4, which is the amortization. There is going to be project support, which is external financing. This money borrowed of 8 trillion, you reduce it because the government does not have that money. You also reduce debt rollover. I may explain a bit about debt rollover. Debt rollover is money that government borrowed out of our domestic market. Our domestic borrowing now stands at about 14 to 18 trillion. But that will mature this year. And ideally, we should have paid it back. If we had a sound economy, we would have paid back 8 trillion. But this government does not have that money. So what it instead does, it goes back to the market and borrows and pays for that debt. And we pay interest on it. So that's what they call a debt rollover. It matures, we should have paid it, we don't have the money, we go back. So you pay from me, you borrow from me to pay Honorable Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. And then you pay me interest. So ideally, they should have paid Honorable Kyagulanyi Ssentamu his own money, the president. But you don't have that money. So you go back and borrow to pay debt. So that money doesn't come at all to service delivery. So they are going to have domestic areas, and we have issues with domestic areas. Last year they paid 261 billion. This year they are going to pay 200 billion. They are going to pay, they call it appropriation in aid. These are revenues generated. It's the same as up. From local government, it's going to be 238 billion. So what will remain there now from 29, you have gone to 30. So you have remained with 30 trillion. But still, you have to go back and pay interest on money paid. And interest on money paid is going to be 46 trillion of your money is going to pay. Just not debt, but interest on the money paid. They are going to pay 6. So you minus it from 30. Then you are going to pay less domestic debt repayment to Bank of Uganda. This is a victory for our Office of the Leader of Opposition. We tried to encourage the government to declare the extent of its full indebtedness. They were refusing. And last year we made the case that they had borrowed 4 trillion from Bank of Uganda, which they had refused to pay. And IMF forced them to pay that money. They've been paying. Now they are declaring it for the first time in the history of this country. They have declared 1.2 trillion. That's the result of our work. They were hiding it below the table. So what remains out of 48, what they call discretionary expenditure, money available for service for government to spend, is 22 trillion out of 49. So the rest of your money, more than 50%, is going to be spent largely on paying debt. That's the economy. However, that is half the story. We have made our own, because I want to go straight and be brief, we have made our own budget. But before I go to our own budget, there are things they leave out and balloon that discretionary expenditure because they don't want to tell the country the actual money available for service. So we have remodeled this budget to reflect the full amount of what is really discretionary expenditure. So can I have another slide? The one, yes. Now, we have looked at this table of layers and added in things they leave out intentionally. I will not borrow you, sorry, I will not bore you with the whole thing I've already explained. I will go to where they are reducing from 30. From 30, they reduced interest payment of 6.1 trillion. They reduced, now for us, we have gone ahead and reduced pension. Because pension cannot be discretionary expenditure. Pension you've got to pay. pensioners have got to receive money. So that money for pensioners is not available for service delivery. So you cannot term it as part of the discretionary expenditure. So we have reduced pension by, pension is 178. Gratuity cannot be, it's statutory obligation on behalf of government. So you have to go and deduct the gratuity. So we have reduced the gratuity, 115 billion out of, from 30, we have reduced it. We have gone away and reduced for the first time wage. Because government has got to pay its workers. It is erroneous to imagine that wage is also part of the discretionary envelope. Because wage, you've got to pay it whether people work or don't work, you've got to pay your workers. So don't say it's not money variable for the executive to allocate as they wish. So we've gone ahead to remove the 6.9 trillion of wage. And we've gone away to remove, for us, the Constitution, the Public Finance Management Act, mandates government in section 77 that every financial year there should be a contingency fund. A contingency fund is 0.05 of the previous budget. This contingency fund will help us once it is fully provided for. And the law says replenish every financial year. Water? I want to take. Okay, thank you. I was on contingency fund. The law clearly says every financial year you should go out and replenish it. So you put a percentage of 0.05 on 48 trillion of last year, and you get that amount of money. The contingency fund provision will address the question of disaster, will address the necessity for supplementary, will address, government has not been providing for that money. So when you go down and reduce all those deductions, the actual money on the government's budget are variable for service delivery, for roads, for infrastructure, for doing water, for doing, is only 15 trillion out of 49. And there is no economic expert that can persuade us to think that wage or gratuity or pension or contingency fund are part of a discretionary what? Funding. So we go ahead. So as the Honorable Kasaija on June 1st, he should acknowledge that's the true amount. But they've been ballooning it to indicate 22, to tell you that they are in a healthier financial position than the country actually is. Now I'm going to do a justification of our own budget. Can we have a slide? Now for us, we've done our budget, and I'm going to justify every single coin on our table. Our revenue is not going to be like government. Our revenue is going to be 32 trillion. And I will justify where we are going to get the 32. We are going to get, first of all, we projected that government consistently has been reporting a shortfall on URA correction of nearly 1 trillion. So we reduced the government's budget projection of 48. For us, we project that if all goes well, from URA, we shall collect only 27. We cater for the 1 trillion shortfall that is consistently reported. But for us, we've been very callous. We are saying this government exempts, tax exemption, every single year for people who don't pay tax. 7.7 trillion last year. We are saying if we're in government, everyone must pay their dues. The rich must pay, as the poor pay. And I'll quote Gordon Brown. Gordon Brown was a former Chancellor of Exchequer of UK. This is what Gordon Brown said. Wealth is not wealthy unless that wealth helps more than the wealthy. If you are wealthy and you are only helping the wealthy, then that wealth is just a waste. He said, fortune should help more than the fortunate. And riches must not only enrich some of the community, but must enrich all the community. That's what Gordon Brown said. So it's even civic and natural cultural value for those that God has given so much to pay back to society as much. And I'm saying everyone must pay. Even those that have powers to legislate themselves out of the taxable base. When we take over government, you will pay. Even if it's parliament, you will pay on your emoluments. Yes, you don't want to hear that. If I'm a minister of finance, there will be no law that exempts any Ugandan from not paying tax. Because if just parliament paid, our taxes in a financial year will be 100 billion. So every constituency will have the 100 you need for the road fund. And so are the leaders. Everyone will make his bill. The rich must pay. People want better roads, better everything, and you say you don't want to pay? Your driver pays. His salary is consolidated. The councillor pays the tax on allowance. You legislate yourself out of what? Of payment bracket. That is not moral. And as the finance minister in our government, we will pay. And I will pay. Even the Lop will pay. Even the president will pay his taxes this time. This president, some presidents exempt themselves. Even I'm saying, generals in this country, all the armed forces don't pay. We are saying a rank of a general, be patriotic, pay. You are no longer a recruit. We can excuse these lower-hanging foot soldiers of the army rank not to pay. But from a rank of a colonel, captain to generals, pay tax. We shall not buy you new cars and you don't pay. So we shall be a little bit tough on tax revenue. So we'll generate out of 7, we'll recover 2. But also, these companies will exempt. How can you exempt, like roofing? I'll give you an example of roofing. It has been here for ages, but it doesn't want to pay tax. Nyanza doesn't pay. I can go through companies that don't pay. Steel and Tube don't pay. Every rich person in this country doesn't pay. Please, when we take over government, the rich, you will pay. As the poor, pay. Can you imagine pay as you earn? Can you imagine pay as you earn? The very small, because the biggest component of our budget comes from pay as you earn. Okay? But the person you are deducting from pay as you earn is the person you are going to deduct VAT. The person you are going to deduct fuel tax. So let every one of us, please, pay his dues. And you know what? It's because you are building a patronage. Tax exemption is a part of building a patronage. And we've got to break that cartel of patronage by making them pay their fair dues. Let president be elected by the strength of their manifesto, their ideas, not because they built a cartel of rich people who don't pay and feed off our people. That's why we are going to raise 4 trillion. We are going to raise another 1 trillion by being tax effective. We are collecting our tax to GDP efficiency collection is at 13%. The region is at 16%. If you only up the ante a little bit, less corruption, less evading of tax, and everyone pays tax, you'll get another 1 trillion by being less corrupt, by being more efficient. So we shall add it. That's how we shall generate the 32. On donor funding, we will generate more donor confidence than a government that abuses human rights, that imprisons people, that has better democratic credentials. organizes free and fair elections. The world will be willing to help you a little more. So we are telling government, instead of investing in war and these other things, just make your democratic credential first, you will raise more money. And we are saying we raise from 2 trillion, we shall raise 3, another trillion, because we will be a more democratic country. I don't think our president or any of the presidents seated here will be faltered on democratic credentials. That's why you must know, by being autocratic and being dictatorial, you hurt the economy. You are a proponent of poverty. So those people who are saying you need a authoritarian, big leader, a very powerful president, they hurt the economy. Now, external borrowing. Because you've raised more money, we will keep our external borrowing as to what you have inherited. We shall not increase it. Because while it remains as is, even if you become a president today, they already signed international obligations the country will have to meet. And it will be a country that meets our international obligations. So we will stay with the external borrowing as it was last year, but not increase it. Then on debt rollover. Debt rollover, we are saying the moment, because you are going to the domestic market to borrow 2 trillion, to borrow 1.5 trillion, you have collected 5 more trillion more. So on debt rollover, you'll go out there and honor our debt and begin to redeem. Out of 8 trillion, you can't redeem it in one financial year and not collapse an economy. But every year, we shall redeem 2 first, 3. In 3 years, we shall have no debt rollover. And you know the saving? If you do that, the interest payment on loans will go down to nearly 2 trillion. And you'll have 3 trillion to spend on service delivery. And they're saying 1 trillion in PDM is a game changer. But you are donating it in interest payment 5. Actually, they're going to be 6. So we will reduce that and do debt rollover. And begin, so we shall keep the debt rollover to 6, other than raising. And for me, and let me say this, there it is here. I believe you should investigate vote 130 and that debt rollover. I believe the bulk of it is a fixed years expense. It's another way of abusing our finances the way they do on classified expenditure. And now, as I know, I have evidence, they do on shoulder contracts. So, most likely, that rollover is to build some fake funding for patronage support. The next one is local revenue. We will not harass wananchi. We will keep it as it is. As it is, we shall raise more money. But I have issue with local revenue. I believe, and I've been questioning this, there are government-funded agencies where we are paying billions of money in their supporting the budget. We spend more money to support government agencies that should have given us revenue than the revenue we get. Every government agency that fails in 2 financial years on our watch to have a break even. 1, we will assess it. If we believe you are fake, we shall privatize you. If not, we will change the management. Every government agency, within 1 year, you can assess them. Now, we go to reducing. So our collection will be 48 billion. External debt, repayment, amortization, we will keep it as government has kept it, because for last financial year, we would not have borrowed more. External borrowing, we will keep it to 6 trillion, 0.7. Debt rollover, I've said, we will keep it to 6. And domestic areas. Let me speak about domestic areas. The domestic areas that government should pay to the people who have who have provided various services to the economy, to the government, is 844. We will pay it all in one financial year because that will streamline the economy. The people you pay are the indigenous. What happens? You are paying foreigners, you are paying Wazungu, but China. You are paying everybody. You are refusing to pay the local providers. They have borrowed money in the local banks. That's why you have a lot of mortgages on the market. So please, and it is erroneous to be budgeting for supplementary and you are accumulating areas. Because government agencies and accounting officers are not supposed to commit government where they don't have money. That's why for every other anticipated expenditure, if they don't have the money, they submit in a supplementary. At the same time, you are supplementary spending and you're also accumulating areas. It is erroneous. It is not in any school of economics. Then, so we'll pay 100%. We'll also reduce. So our budget will come to 32. For us, we'll go back and reduce interest payment. I've said because we've redeemed our debt rollover, because we've not borrowed more debt, we shall have only 3.3 trillion. Interest payment, please put it back. Interest payment, so we shall reduce interest payment, gratuity, debt, wages as they are, and we shall have a discretionary expenditure of 20 trillion. Vis-a-vis government is 15. And we believe with that expenditure, when you have a resource envelope of 20 realistic trillion, other than the 22 that is fixed years. So you run the two, you run the two of ours and theirs and on the same sheet. And you see the difference. So you'll have more money for a budget, more money for government to spend, and more everything. So, honorable colleagues, our budget resource envelope will be that much. But let me say a few things here as I wind up. No amount, and I should better be understood, no amount of economic engineering can fix an economy without a leadership with the financial discipline. Today, if I'm made a Minister of Finance or a Secretary to Treasury with the same behavioral tendencies, I'll not make even a scratch impact. Can you imagine? Can you imagine? We've spent 527 billion on attack without any bag of sugar coming out of attack of taxpayers' money. We've spent 314 billion on Uchiramoto without Uchiramoto putting even a wheelbarrow on the street of Kampala. That is almost $1 trillion. We've spent a lot of money on banana something. It's called what? Presidential banana thing. A lot of money. And Kenya here, they want maize. They are dying of, they want unga. They are on riots for unga. If we had invested that money in low-hanging fruits, like boost up the maize production. I hear, yesterday I saw a debate in Parliament. MPs crying for 4 billion to distribute each 1 ton of maize. Now, in my constituency, I have 10,000 homes. Now, if you give me 1 ton of maize, that is 1,000 kilograms. That means each home, I'll give it 10 grams of seeds of maize to fight food sustenance, food security. It's a broad joke. And there was a huge debate, consumed an hour. And each MP is going to carry 10 grams of maize per home to fight hunger. How on earth? That's really a joke. So there are small things that you can do, and I can go through that will impact on the... So, 2, and I know the law will go through it. 2 things need to be made clear. 1, For as long as you operate your economy on solvency and not on liquidity as a paradigm, you will not go very far. Solvency is economic kaunyem. You know economic kaunyem? It's for an disciplined economy, disciplined people who are likely not to pay back. They say, please reduce your debt to the GDP debt ratio. Otherwise, Japan is 100, 250 in terms of GDP to debt ratio. It's because for them, they say, you borrow and you're going to generate income. But today, I hear every unbankable idea in this country, unbankable project, the last resort, actually the land of first resort is government of Uganda. Now somebody wants to come here and borrow 2 trillion to create a pharmaceutical company. 2 trillion, and with the fixed years records. And the caucus is called, they've called the caucuses of all chairpersons, of all the various caucuses under NRM, to come here and push a supplementary of 600 billion to give it to somebody who was almost imprisoned in India. Please, some people should leave us for a given evening. We are not a country of fools. 2, you cannot spend that much money on security. Yesterday, I looked at the numbers of wage for soldiers. They brought a supplemental of 90 for science increment and 339 billion to increase wage on these so-called crime preventers. Now the total wage for UPDF is going to be nearly 800. Can you sustain with the country at peace, without war, without anything? Can you sustain that? So why don't we invest in diplomacy? Stop regional warmongering. Stop all these endeavors. Encourage democratic governance in our neighboring countries. It is cheaper. I'll not eat up the presentation of a budget speech. I beg to rest my case.
Yes, I think Honorable Chivumbi deserves a better round of applause than that. Well, I can tell you I was surprised that the small folder can have so much information. It is, but I will keep my reservations on that one. Distinguished guests, before we have the budget speech presented to us, let us just have 2 more statements from the shadow ministers. This will allow for everybody to internalize what the Minister for Finance has proposed in his in the highlights, and thereafter the leader of the opposition will come and wrap it up properly. So let's have just 2 more presentations from the shadow ministers. Thank you.
This is Kaya Christina Chimoero, Chivoga District Human Member of Parliament, and also the Alternative Minister for Water and Environment. As an alternative government, we feel that we should concentrate on the following issues. 1, we need to renovate, rehabilitate the already dilapidated ecosystems, especially forests. And then we have to evict all encroachers. We must regularize the surveys and boundary demarcations such that the residents are aware. Those who have already acquired the titles within these forest reserves and wetlands have to be evicted immediately. We are also looking at revamping the financing of climate change management options. There are a lot of finances out there, but we're just looking on. Yet our national budget can no longer sustain the actions we feel can build the resilience of our people. We are also looking at strengthening the meteorological services in Uganda, because weather forecasts are very important to help our people decide the economic activities that they can take part in. and the different sectors must be cognizant of the weather focus, how to build roads, how to construct houses. All this must be cognizant of the forecasts such that we have resilient constructions in roads, in housing, and also agriculture. What is best for this place in this period is very important for us as we try to reduce poverty amongst our population. Those are some of the salient actions that we feel should take course in this coming financial year. I thank you.
My name is Kavio Frank, the Shadow Minister for the Youth and Children Affairs, the MP for Kasanda South constituency. Since the youth and the children compose the largest population in Uganda, we have a lot of issues that are affecting us, and these cut across. We are looking at the problem of the teenage pregnancies and child marriage. This is affecting our communities, and it has been hyped and evidenced during the lockdowns we had due to the pandemic. And we are coming out with alternatives to skill these young girls so that they can impact the communities where they live, to see that those that can attain or go back to school also qualify to be absorbed and adopted into the schools so that they can also attain a future in education. And this we are willing to do and push until we achieve the desired goal, to see that every youth at least qualifies with a skill and the knowledge to run and contribute to the community. So we are impacting on ways that and measures that are going to ensure that the children and the young ones have assurance for a better life by looking into the health sector, looking at how in our government we can reduce on the taxes on the things that are needed by mothers. For example, the mama kits, which are a necessity to everyone. And now we are making childbearing look like a business or a burden. So we have to reduce that, and we look at it as a treasure because we are building for the nation. We are going to introduce the 30% inclusion for fresh graduates in every office or in every sector to see that at least they get that chance to do experience, to reduce on the burden, because some are discriminated due to lack of experience. And the volunteering scheme that have been put are not favorable and are not observing the available number of youths who have graduated to reach out or to go to the labor market. So we intend to do that, and we shall push on. We request everyone to join the hand, to give an idea, to give a supporting hand, to come and influence, because every idea, every knowledge, every effort counts in the fight to see that we have a better country and a better generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was partly a commercial break, but also giving you time to digest the highlights from the budget speech. Our distinguished guests, I know there are so many of you. Some of you were not recognized earlier. Allow me to just recognize just a few of you. I'll continue recognizing even as the day goes on. And this is in no particular order. Mr. Kamadi Bionabye, Chairperson, Human Rights Commission. Where are you? Okay. Mr. Hannington Musimenta from the NPA. Thank you for joining us. Of course, the Honorable Betty Kamya is here with us. Rajab Semakula, the LC5, Kalangala. I believe you're here with us. Yes, thank you. You're most welcome. Mr. Moses Egunyu from IRI. Thank you very much. And all the civil society who are here. Mayor Bakite from Nansana. I think Nansana is well represented. Thank you, Mayor. Deputy Mayor Nanyonga from Chira Municipality. Yes, you're most welcome. Speaker Mawanda Alan from Mukono Central. Yes, thank you. You're most welcome. Dr. Emmanuel Serunjoji, Mayor Kawempe. Thank you. You're most welcome. Mr. Martin Luanga Bwanika, Chair Wakiso. Yes, you're most welcome. Mr. Jeff Wadulo, CS Bag. Yes, I will continue recognizing the guests, but all of you are really most welcome, and we thank you that you have found the time to come and listen. Now, our highlight for the day is, of course, the presentation of the budget speech by the Leader of the Opposition. So it gives me great honor and a pleasure to invite our Leader of the Opposition, Honorable Matthias Mpuuga, to kindly come and deliver your alternative budget speech. Thank you.
I appreciate the work done by Mr. Peter Odeke, in recognizing our various guests. So allow me, in a special way, to receive my party president, the Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu. Welcome to Parliament. The different party leaders here. From the Congress, I challenged him, where's the red necktie? And told me next time. Well, it is in the palm. Oh, sure. My old friend Doreen Nyanjura, the Deputy Lord Mayor, representing the Blue Corner. Mr. Saddam Gaira, PPP, and Haji Katerega from JEMA. To you, comrades, members of Parliament, friends, ladies and gentlemen, my Chancellor of the Exchequer, the Honorable Mpuuga Kivumbi, has ably enumerated our sense of the resource envelope, and I have nothing useful to add, save for a little bit elaborating on why our intentions are what they are. So for the next few minutes, I'll try to repurpose that resource envelope. Questions have been coming through. Why this assembly? Why this budget day for the opposition? Of course, the opposition is evolving, and the opposition is not a permanent position. And where we walk, where we sleep, where we spend our days, the horizon shows us different signs. And I sense that these are the signs of the times. When a government does not know what it has in the pocket, you know that government is in the corridors moving out. And like the Honorable Mpuuga has observed, they don't even know how much money they have to spend. It's our duty to refocus the nation to what is going to happen after. Inevitably, the regime will pack up and go. But it's our job to express our readiness to lead. So, Mr. President, my impressions I'm going to share with you this morning are impressions of a group ready to lead, not just to impress. We are just saying, please give us a chance. We are actually ready. The Honorable Jole Mugisha is the Deputy President of NUP in charge of Western Uganda. She was not recognized. You are most welcome. A very senior citizen. And the array of our invitations was intentioned to draw the attention of the nation to our work and why we believe the country is missing us. At the end of the day today, Ugandans will know what they are missing. They probably don't know what they are missing. And I want to thank you, my President, for the team you gave me to work with in Parliament, my Chief Whip, the Shadow Ministers, and the reflections here are a collective effort of this team. We took off time, our schedules, to carry through these ideas, and they were collectively put together from the different political shades. They are not simply the wise-aching of NUP, let alone its leaders. They are an impression from different shades of opinion. We conversed over, and we thought we can make a difference. And as the moderator informed this meeting that the theme of our budget is rethinking the government budget and a human resource approach to budgeting or resource allocation. We are aware that over the last 3 years, government moved away from a sectoral approach to what they call the program approach to budgeting. I want you to ambush any government minister in the corridors of parliament, tell them to come here, we give them 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and a box of water to speak about the budget approach to budgeting, the program approach to budgeting. They'll end up in the loo, I'm very sure. So we are a nation scattered. People in government are occupying space. These honorable members will tell you their interaction with ministers, unable to explain what they are doing, that they are pretending over government. The migration from the sectoral approach to program approach was never properly conceptualized. Eventually, it's a huge paper tiger incapable of translation into action. That's why they will tell you, we have not paid salary, but we budgeted for salary. We have increased the pay for science teachers. But if you're a head teacher and you're a science head teacher, yours not increased, you're a head teacher but not a teacher. Hogwash. Then you ask, what happened to the planning function of government? So this morning, ladies and gentlemen, we are sauntering into the afternoon slowly. We want to share with the world, the distinguished guests, our impressions of where we are and where we want to go. And because the Shadow Minister has enabled me to shed a light on the key impressions, I will work very fast. I'll ask the gentleman on the projector to begin the projections right where they are. I explained earlier on that the objective for a human rights-based approach to budgeting is because there's a reason why citizens demand for a government. A government is not just an impression. A government must be one for a purpose. And the entire scope of reason for having a government is enshrined in the band of rights that we must, as of necessity and as of right, as birthright, enjoy. Chapter 4 of our Constitution clearly underscores the extent of rights. And if you look at this huge booklet here that enshrines our ideas, we have bundled these programs, these ideas into 4. Initially, civic and political rights, and the entities therein are well structured. Then economic rights, and then lastly, social and cultural rights. We don't have 20 programs to deliver nothing. We have that 3 bundle of rights, civic and political, economic, then social, cultural rights. We believe if we underscore and resource those bundles of rights, we would be home and dry. The reason why governments are governments is because they are sensitive to the needs of their people. And all the services governments provide are done so as a matter of right. And governments must ensure that the obligation to availability of resources, accessibility to resources in their adequate quantities, and reducing the extent of inequalities by purposing resources to reduce inequities and inequalities, and of course, that all that they do in terms of programming is done to ensure that human rights are observed. Basically, the right to education, the right to safe water, the right to health, the right to a job. These are not acts of magnanimity by a government. They are a matter of right, and therefore, our budget programming is meant to deliver that. Can we continue? So in doing this, like the Shadow Minister for Finance observed, the government must be transparent The government must enhance participation of citizenry. The government must be accountable and must not discriminate. Have you had government ministers telling citizens that you voted wrongly, you not benefit from government services? And they continue to claim to be a government? That must be a kobo, not a government. Continue. So we believe that once you observe these rights and you know that citizens make us leaders to observe those rights, then you are able to deliver. Let me give in the next 5 minutes where we are in terms of economic outlook. The first is about inflation and domestic prices. We know for a fact that inflation in Uganda is double-digit for the last more than 2 years. And the double-digit inflation is partly because we are unable to fathom how to deal with it. This room bears a number of economists. And one of the shocks in Uganda is that the government is trying to deal with inflation, but they have never informed the country which type of inflation they are dealing with. We contend that the country is facing structural inflation. And if you are facing structural inflation, you do not invoke the kind of policies the government invoked to deal with it, namely a contractionary monetary policy that is reducing money in circulation, but two, an expansionary fiscal policy, meaning collecting more money from the public. The people are broke. The kind of inflation we are facing is not because there is a lot of money in people's hands chasing too few goods. Basic economics. That's the first subtopic in inflation. So you are facing structural inflation. You are deploying a contractionary fiscal policy, monetary policy, meaning that you believe that people have a lot of money in their pockets, when actually they are broke. So eventually, we are failing to deal with this inflation, and it remains double-digit for more than 24 months. We contend that the bulk of our inflation is imported because we are net importers of petroleum products, and the petroleum import bill is the biggest. The second is the steel import bill, iron and steel. Continue down. So we must deal with this inflation holistically. One, by enhancing production, because structural inflation impedes production. We must deal with those issues that impair and disable production in the economy. It's not because people have a lot of money in their pockets. Relatedly, are interest rates. Because you have inflation, interest rates as of necessity are high in our banks. Commercial banks hedge inflation by hiking interest rates. So what do? Because already you are facing structural inflation and interest rates are very high, the producers are disabled from borrowing. So you continue in a situation of inability to produce, inability to secure jobs. So you end up with inflation and unemployment, which the economists call stagflation. That's where we are. So in every bank, commercial banks will look at the rate of inflation and they'll determine the rate charged on loans. So in a very dire economic situation. Continue down. Can we move? Look at our external account. We are in $284 million in terms of BOP disequilibria with Asia. Asia is our biggest trading partner, Asian, because of necessarily China, India, they account for this. So between what we sell there and what we get there, that's our deficit on the BOP account. Continue. The Middle East, $106 million. Between what we sell and what we get, that's the deficit. And of course, the rest of the world, continue down first. So, what is it that is strange with our BOP account? Now, when you are facing a BOP disequilibrium, you don't need a PhD in economics to know that you must distinguish between short-term problems that require reforms, adjustment, just tweaking a few things. You're unable to export. What do? Tweak a few things on your BOP account and you export more. If you're facing long-term disequilibrium, make reforms. So we neither have reforms nor adjustments. So the BOP account over the next 12 months is going to remain in that bleak picture. We have a problem in Kenya. Over the last 2 days in Parliament, the government has been struggling to explain how to approach it. We are asking them, so if Kenya boils up, what is the remedy for Uganda? They are saying they're in charge, as if they're in charge of Uganda and Kenya. Now, if you have a crisis, our external reserves can only hold us for 3.6 months. A basic economy requires at least 6 months of import capacity in a crisis. We can only survive for 3.5 months in our situation. That's our economy. Scroll down. So we have talked about that, continue down, the major causes of the BOP account disequilibrium, and our solution going forward, if we're government. Of course, we have a lot of resources, abused resources. One of them is iron ore that we have in southwestern Uganda. I know the government banned the export of raw iron ore, but I'm also aware that some people, some super Ugandans are exporting slowly the raw material. The iron ore in southwestern Uganda is capable of sustaining not only East Africa, but the rest of East and Central Africa without importing from China. You would have curtailed and cut off the import bill of iron ore, steel, and aluminum products by exploiting the iron ore in Western Uganda. There's so much money we have spent trying to exploit oil. If we had put that into that industry, it would be miles ahead. I don't think our planners here have gone to sleep. I am aware somebody from NPA is here. I'm also aware that people at NPA are doing their best. But in economics, we talk about planning without plans, and a plan is without planning. I don't know which of these two these people are implementing. Continue. We also believe, of course, most of you probably in a while you interact with the dollar. That is the extent of our exchange rates. And the reason is very simple. If you're a net importer, you're not exporting, that's what is bound to happen with the exchange rate. Secondly, you have a lot of hemorrhage in terms of capital freight. You're losing a lot of dollars through capital flight. That's why you are in terms of the exchange rate. So you are not competitive in terms of exports. So eventually, over the last 12 months, the shilling has been battered by 3.1% and is still depreciating. Continue. The fiscal deficit. I thought the shadow minister was talking about the fiscal deficit, but didn't talk about it. But the difference between what you locally mobilize and what you intend to use locally. We are talking about local revenue mobilization. Our fiscal deficit is at 5.4%. And the reasons have been ably given because, continue down, it's that big because we exempt people from paying taxes illicitly, the corruption that is endemic, and of course the inefficiencies in local revenue mobilization coupled with budget abuse, like the shadow minister has reported. When you have those abuses, definitely you're going to end up with a huge fiscal deficit. That's where we are. Continue down, and our solutions for this. Can you go to the solutions for the fiscal deficit? Okay, you go back a bit up by 2 steps. because the public debt, again. Yeah, of course, the solutions for the fiscal deficit, like I mentioned, the Shadow Minister ably enumerated, of our anti-corruption approach to revenue mobilization and tax exemptions that we consider illicit, and of course enhancing domestic revenue mobilization as a solution. Budget abuse in this country, if you're a member of parliament and you have not figured out how the budget is abused, then you're in a wrong place. And it's abused largely because partly our oversight is weak, and of course an overbearing ruling party in parliament, making it very improbable for members of parliament to exert enough pressure on the regime to be disciplined. And certainly it's the DNA of the sitting government to abuse public funds. How do you answer to a DNA? I'm not a scientist. Probably I will ask Dr. Batua if they can change one's DNA. But the corruption DNA is permanent. You can only, yeah, the good doctor from Congress says it's a chromosome, so I don't know how to change the DNA of this government when it comes to corruption. Let's move down. We have talked about the public debt. I don't want to waste time on it. The finance minister has talked about it. Move down. What you need to know about the public debt currently, for every 100 shillings URA collects, 100 shillings URA collects, 37 shillings go to public debt servicing. Every 100, 37 is on debt. Lw'okunganya ekikumi, asatu musanvu bakola ki? Bazibanja, baziryawo. That's how dire our situation is. That's the 37%. So the public debt exerts 37% pressure on every inch of local revenue mobilized. That's how dire. Let's move a bit faster. The trend lines of the debt, I don't have to go over them. The causes have enumerated. Move down. Of course, the solutions, in our 6 months as a government, we want to cause an audit into all forms of borrowing. Some borrowing is illicit. Some borrowing is fictitious. Some borrowing is not declared. So we must audit. You borrowed for what? Was it authorized? And some of the borrowing is unauthorized. You are aware, I've risen on the floor of Parliament several times to question a new mechanism called pre-financing, or financing, especially public roads infrastructure. The government meets with a contractor, a Chinese or Indian or whatever, and say, I want you to go and construct Masaka-Kampala Highway. Name your price. That borrowing is not brought to Parliament, but it's a form of borrowing without parliamentary approval, which is unconstitutional and illegal ab initio. So we need to audit some of this borrowing. Remember, those contracts sometimes are 10 times overpriced. That's why they need to be audited. And I want to encourage my sister, the IGG, to interest yourself in a pre-financing contracts. Compare them with other forms of contracts to get to understand how this taxpayer is being fleeced in this country. Pre-financing contracts. Of course, the finance minister talked about rolling back on domestic borrowing, which is a huge problem that clouds out domestic investments. We talked about that already. Move down. The banking sector, in that booklet is well enumerated, it's foreign dominated. Because the banking sector is crowded by foreign-owned banks, cut-off flight is 100%. At the end of the day, the local banks are being squeezed out of business. And part of the reason and part of our solution, Bank of Uganda has by law mandated to determine the minimum capital requirement opening a bank. And apparently now, at a serious 25 billion, how many local people can open a bank? That's why they're encouraging you to go into circles, Nigina and the like. One of our solutions is we shall tinker with the law, to at least create two parallel systems for locally owned bank and foreign owned banks. We believe that can help local people to ease on the restrictive capital requirements for starting local banks. I heard General Museveni sometimes say that it was a mistake to sell UCB. Was UCB sold or just shared? For his troubles, we would have our own government-owned commercial bank for the purpose of enabling local people to access credit from their own. Our neighbors, Kenya, have, I think, 4 banks here. All we have in other countries, we export trouble to other countries, not business. I've only had Centenary Bank starting a branch in Malawi. We wish them luck. Which other export do we have for the region? Trouble. We shall restart a Ugandan-owned bank, government bank. All governments have banks. Move down. Corruption. Just scroll slowly as I talk about corruption. I think corruption in this country can cause you nausea. And I think those who write about it have run out of pages. If you have the booklet, you have written through the side of your book or on the cover. The cases are innumerable. Move down a bit. In 2021, that's how much we lost in corruption, 10 trillion. The forms of corruption are well enumerated in this huge booklet. You read them, move a bit down. And the way money is siphoned under declaration of taxes, under declaration of utility user fees, absenteeism from work, inflated payroll, ghost service consumers like ghost students and teachers, and also we have now ghost health workers. Parliament last year voted the money for a health center that does not exist. Remember, just imagine a health center given the money and does not exist. So corruption has now gotten new faces. Betty Kamia, I'm afraid your goose is cooked. That's the outlook. You are aware, I'm sure, of this information that GTI carried out a study in 2021 and declared 15.1 trillion lost in runaway corruption. And those are some of the cases. Salaries, inventory resources, payroll corruption, judicial corruption, procurement corruption, security, education. You see, whenever you see the education minister in parliament, and what you get is that she's very busy planning for the country, but see corruption in her ministry. Not in the parliament, not looking for the corrupt. So what's happening? That's the array. Move down. So the cost to the taxpayer, of course, in terms of the budget, in terms of the direct cost to services that would have gotten to the taxpayer, and of course the indirect costs. When people look wary about so many things and they give up on government and they give up on leadership, it's partly because they're exhausted of complaining about corruption. It's very dangerous. It's our duty as leaders to motivate people not to give up on the corrupt. Proceed. I don't think I need to go over one by one some of the key corruption scandals from 1985 to 2012, but go down, because I believe that's where it started from. Yes, there. In 1985, some people robbed Kabale Currency Center of 400 million. I think that was the beginning of the corruption we see. Yes. So 1985, a bank was robbed, and the robbers eventually declared themselves who they were, and they are around posing as leaders. Then you wonder why we are where we are in terms of corruption. They were never arrested. They have given us offsprings, and their DNA is still the same. The DNA of 1985 is what we are carrying through in terms of corruption. So arrest those thieves, you do away with the corruption in this country. Continue down. Of course, the solutions, Honorable Betty Kamia, share with us. We shall cause a National Reparation Commission. And this commission, it will be a kind of amnesty. You have been named in 1,000 corruption scandals. Please report to this office and return to the taxpayer. We have given you 6 months to return. The corrupt they are named and known. Auditor General's reports, IGG's reports. We shall give them amnesty. Just like we have amnesty commission for rebels and other people. So amnesty for the corrupt for 6 months. Come and return to the taxpayer, or you get you prosecuted. Secondly, e-government. Resident eminently in procurement. People in local government and other places know how procurement is a permanent resident of the corrupt. So when you start e-government, it's a big solution. It's more transparent. It's one way. But when you go down to scrutinize our sector of ICT, ICT is expensive and inaccessible. So you must move the two for you to be able to do away with corruption using e-government. Of course, we like the mandatory lifestyle audit, over which the Honorable Betty Kamia was stopped in her tracks. I hope you are pursuing it. Don't give up, please, on that audit. One of my friends did ask me and tell him that, I think our children one day will ask us where we are when people are building arcades in the camp and other places. Because we have nothing. All we carry with us are our suits and our integrity. That would be their bequest. There are people whom we don't know what they do, and they are very wealthy. Even their children don't know what they do. Are they virtual investors in space? And they even indicate that they are rich. If you tell me you are wealthy, you answer 2 questions. How much tax do you pay? How many people do you employ? 2 things. So, Madam Igigi, that's the job. We also intend to introduce performance-based contracts, because sometimes inertia builds because people believe they are eternal. If you're a non-performer, please, you sign out. It's one way of motivating people to work and terminate people who are inept and unable to perform. Faster, I want to go to the beef. Now, on our budget strategy, because I was giving you an outlook of where we are, and don't get frustrated. That's what we are, that's where we are. Thankfully, we are alive, and we bear ideas that we believe can uplift the citizenry from their current frustration to rethinking that this country can be rethought through. Our belief is that the kind of planning is problematic, it's lacking in imagination, discriminatory, and unable to fathom the needs of our people, and therefore the sense of misdirecting and the desire to repurpose national resources. Our budget takes a humanist approach, like I said, and we did a 3-sum cluster: civil and political rights, economic rights, and social and cultural rights. Move down. That's an array of sectors. Our fiscal framework was well laid down by the Minister of Finance. I don't want to go through it. The fiscal framework was well laid down. Our resource envelope was properly laid down. Yeah, let's go to the sectors. Yes, finance and planning is going to deal with high levels of inflation at 10.4% and rising. Deal with the weakening shilling in due course. Deal with the interest rates that are usurious, and deal with a discribria on our BOP account. That's our total debt. I think the minister talked about it. Move down. And our key priorities that the Chancellor of the Exchequer would look at is to reduce and avoid supplementary budgets and budget cuts. Reduce expedient-based military expenditure. We really believe that our expenditure on the military is partly expedient and not necessary. We're just being adventurous. What are we doing in Central Africa when our people are dying in Karamoja? That's blind expediency and expending so much money. Reduce government revenue loss, raise more tax revenue. We intend to amend Rule 159 to allow scrutiny of tax laws, restrict borrowing, and of course, like the minister advised, the threshold of 50% or even below, as our partners in the IBRD do advise. Get down. Now let's go to the other economic sectors. Agriculture employing more than 70% of our population. Let's move. The situation in agriculture, as we know it, is stamped growth, stagnated. It's not contributing to GDP they could have desired because of its nature and structure. Smallholder farmers are hand to mouth. There's no risk taking because it's not business, it's hand to mouth. And of course, overutilization of emerging resources, dependence on nature, in other words. What are our priorities? Increase access to affordable agricultural credit, curb the effects of climate change through irrigation. Somebody talked about the PDM, which died a stillbirth. If you read our big book, we intend to scrap it immediately. It's nonsense. Scrap it, take that money into irrigation, and support farmers throughout there. If you went to Masaka, for example, and made an interaction with the farmers, they'll actually tell you their problem. They'll tell you, give us water. In another area, they'll tell you, give us the roads. So the PDM is one size fits all. Okay? Doesn't matter. Like the famous UPDF uniforms that were very small, like children uniforms. So the PDM, stillbirth. So we said we would scrap it and repurpose that resource into irrigation. Increase access to farm inputs and disease control. Of course, in the component of inputs, in the document you will see one of our activities, one of our steps is what Dr. Bedwanika has already done. His bill, I think, is out for printing, the farming contract bill. It enumerates what we need to do in making sure that farmers access inputs of quality. There is duty to those who supply inputs. Just imagine a farmer going to a shop, buys seeds they never germinate, and it ends that way. So we are moving, we have a bill in the offing, and we believe that by the end of this session of Parliament, the famous Dr. Bedwanika bill will see the light of day as part of our positive steps into that direction. The rest are mundane, and we know them. Move down a bit. And of course, in doing that, we have allocated that much. That is in trillion, not billion. But the computer man prefers to say 1,488 billion, which is 1.4 trillion. Move down. Education and sports. Low completion rates, that's the situation. Poor retention, we all know the dropouts. Low staff levels, low capitation grant. Are you aware that our capitation grant in primary education and secondary is the lowest in the region, with the regional laggards that far? And we are proud of the dropouts. Hey, just get a bit up. You saw last year how many children had enrolled in primary 1 and how many completed primary 7. Less than 40%. Over 60% dropped out. What happened? Low staffing levels. We have been investigating with my Minister of Education a number of schools around Kampala. A single class with 400 pupils and 3 teachers. My speaker for Kampala, you need to be interested. A school, a single class with 400 pupils and 3 teachers. And you have a Minister of Education and a Department of Planning in Education. So these are the issues we must deal with if you're going to really be serious and be relevant to our people. Proceed down. So what we intend to do is to restore the component of inspection. In our times, a school inspector was as good as a minister. What happened? So you pick vagabonds, drunkards, and regime supporters and make them inspectors to go and pick money from school head teachers. You pick a school dropout and make him a school inspector because they stole a vote for you at the polling station. So recruitment, training, repurposing, and enumeration for inspectorate. Then you'll be able to deal with the issues of dropouts, the issue of non-attendance to our pupils in school and students in school. Review secondary level curriculum. Today, the 31st of March 2023, the senior 3 students have not yet gotten first term curriculum material as I speak. Question is, are they going to extend the term? Are they going to make a refund to parents? Are they going to make the pupils study in the holiday or at home? They are not study materials. And you have a government and a government minister getting a salary. Of course, we have talked about teacher welfare. The teachers are the most abused civil servants. They are abused for being what they are. There's no education system anywhere better than the quality of the teachers. You undermine teachers, you have killed education. Where do they get the belief that science teachers must be motivated at the expense of us teachers? I posed the question to one of the regime officials whether music is an art or a science. Is music an art? You see? Mr. President, is music an art or a science? It's both. Are you aware that, for example, the Pythagorean theorem came from music? Are you aware of that? Including the bulldozer in mathematics. The composers of the same are initially musicians. So, you are for science teacher, the art teachers should go and suffer, go and hang. Our policy is dual motivation. We shall motivate all the teachers. So now that you have increased the pay for science teachers in government schools, so what happens to science teachers in private schools? So where do the private schools get money to match government pay? So they should go and hang. Our approach is, because science teachers are rare and few, our government would second science teachers to private schools. Recruit all science teachers available, second them to private schools, because we have more private schools than government schools. Common sense. You don't have to have a PhD in common sense to know that private teachers will not afford the cost of, private schools don't afford the cost of science teachers at that rate. So we would repurpose resources to education to recruit en masse available science teachers and second them to private schools. You can do that. It's done elsewhere. We're talking about the school feeding program. So we are proud to send thousands of our children to school to starve the whole day. So we raise RDCs, DSOs, and all manner of vagabonds to go and see whoever is demanding for some little money for food for children. Because you want to be populist. We would repurpose resources to make sure our children are fed at school. This country is not devoid of enough food. It's abused resources and an abused people. The Honorable Minister for Sports made a very elaborate presentation on sports, the Honorable Kayemba, about our impressions on sports. Sports is not entertaining per se. Sports in our time is big time business. How much money has been spent on sports infrastructure over the last 10 years? A big zero. So we would have resources devoted for sports in all regions because it's a big business. You are a country, 75% of young people, you would really encourage to go into sports as a business, as an investment, but they don't have sports facilities. In Kampala, school sports facilities were sold to thieves in Kampala. You know, so what do you do? Of course, as part of our recovery of government assets, we would recover all those assets. If you put there an arcade and you have a school, that arcade will become a playground in our government. Make no mistake. As part of recovering the country and stopping the nonsense that has been visited on this country for these years. Move down. So who would vote that much to make sure we repurpose that much to recover the education sector? Move down. Gender, labor and social development. The cause of our labor workforce is low productivity. Their rights are abused. They are less motivated. We have, do you know that in this country, graduate unemployment is at 85%? 85% graduate unemployment. That's for World Cup. Inadequate management, insufficient coverage of social protection. Move down. That's the situation analysis. Of course, we've been dealing with a huge problem of labor externalization. And because this market of labor externalization is now occupied by a mafia clique, we would re-regulate it to make sure, like other nations are doing, would restructure it, regulate it, and repurpose its functioning. The Minister for Youth talked about youth-friendly interventions in the communities. Our youth are sensitive. Our youth needs to be understood. Our youth needs to be redirected. Their efforts and their energy needs to be recultured. And that's why we need numerous youth centers to deal with their challenges because they are unique and refunction them into the objectives of development for our country. Of course, you need to have regional remand homes where the children coming from Karamoja taken to Kampiringisa or any other place? Why not in an environment of their culture so that they can really grow as children? The arts industry is a huge industry. We need to revamp it. And that line, the Honorable Hilary Chiaga, Dr. Hildeman, is leading us in reviewing the law that relates to this industry. The copyright and neighboring rights law is under review, courtesy of his effort. We want to thank him. And part of the reason is to repurpose that law so that it can serve so many younger people. So many people who are really talented that they can benefit from their talent. Move down, the rest time Yonden. The zero is supposed to be this side, 660 billion, not 66. You have to change that. You cannot do what I've said with 66 billion. It's 660 billion. Move down to the next sector. Health. Dr. Batua is a very, very imaginative Minister of Health. His sector is, as underlined, significantly underfunded. We have a resurgence of malaria in our communities. Road carnage is eating away into this resource. Teenage pregnancies are becoming a mainstay. We need to change all this. One of the more elaborate issues in this booklet is how we intend to deal with the malaria. If, for example, if we lose 2 people because of Ebola in 1 week, we close the country. But we lose more than 50 people every day of malaria. But you are happy to return home without a clear policy to eradicate malaria. So we have elaborated clearly how we need to deal with this by repurposing resources into more sophisticated spraying. It's been done elsewhere. If you gave my Minister of Health 10 minutes to explain that, you will go really appreciating that we can actually do away with malaria in this country. The issue is we are not motivated to do that. We can do it. Human resource. Are you aware, comrades, that in this country, not even a half of the available medical doctors are employed by government? Not even a half. Probably a quarter are employed. This country has about 5,000 trained medical doctors. Only 1,300 are employed by government. So we would employ more doctors because we need them. And part of the desire to recruit more doctors is that we would also second them to non-government health facilities like the religious-based and non-profit. Because we have more of them than government health centers. And our point of service delivery will be the health center 4. And the Honorable Mpuuga last financial year gave us the figures of how much money we would need to have health center 4 in every constituency. And that money is very small, just 300 million. You will have at least a working health center 4 in every constituency. Where's the money? It is somewhere in expediency. So who would grow out of recruitment? There are well-trained health workers in this country that needs to be motivated to stay here. They are running away because of lack of motivation. It's our job as alternative government to promise them a new Uganda, the return and the repurpose national resources. Scroll down. So we would allocate 2.92 trillion to that sector. Remember, we are part of, you see, we love signing declarations. Maybe because we have a company that makes pens in Uganda. So every declaration we sign, we just sign, no matter. So we are signatories to the Abuja Declaration that requires us to at least commit 15% of the national budget on health. The last time I checked, we are below 8. And regionally, we are also a regional laggard in terms of putting resources on health. Our our allocation would give us closer to 10% of the budget. And if you gave us 5 years in the government, we would really hit the 15% of commitment as per the Abuja declaration. Move down. So after 40 years of the NRM government, we are still below 8%. And be sure if you gave them another year, we would go about 5%. Because they're not doing any better, they're worsening every day. Lands and housing. My shadow minister for lands, I think, is taking a journey, lost a family member, when he's around. But he has very interesting suggestions in this area to deal with the land problem. We have heard about land grabbing and evictions. Land is not simply an economic issue, it's a political issue for control of citizens. That's why those that are grabbing people's land are armed. They're not ordinary people. An ordinary person in Ambisha cannot go to Bugishu and evict people from their land. It is the armed thugs in the government because they want to control citizens. So land is a serious political matter. We would deal with it. The situation of land grabbing, encroachment on public land. Those of you in local governments know so well how much encroachment, illegal encroachment has been visited on public land. Of course, fraud and corruption and unorganized urbanization. That's why you're going to find somebody building in a road reserve, but they have their plans approved. So is government in a holiday? No, they are part of the problem. Our priorities is strengthen the land tenure security, audit the land fund. It's one of the pending motions from our side, even now, is auditing the land fund. Remember, the land fund was meant to benefit the poor that are on other people's land, but want to really secure their security of tenure. But we are aware that part of the land fund was used by the smart people to buy plots in Kololo. So how do you go to the land fund to go and buy a plot in Bukoto? So this information is available. Probably the IGIG should also interest herself in the land fund and how it's been utilized over the years. That people can actually afford to buy land, went for the land fund to acquire land on Kampala Road and other places, Bukulobi and other places. Not in Bunyoro, not anywhere where people actually need this money. Not in Uganda where people are being evicted from their vivanja and they cannot really buy out themselves. Audit public land transactions. Yes, public land transactions. People have really partaken of public land. My sister Santa knows what's happening to public farms in the north, in Acholi, that are being parceled out by the smart people, smart in quotes. Of course, review and implement the National Physical Development Plan. How do you address the housing deficit in this country? If you're a government, you can have an elaborate plan. What do you do to the Chivuli slums? What do you do to the slums in Namuongo? What do you do to the slums in all these places? In Kamocha, not where my president has office, but around the president's place. There are several, But a purposeful government can deal with this problem. Create more housing, affordable housing for citizens, and still have enough housing for government, if you're a serious government. Continue. So we would vote to revamp that sector that much. Proceed. Tourism. Yeah, this is the situation in tourism. The situation is low tourist turn up, low ranking, low quality, yet expensive accommodation, poor infrastructure, poor marketing. I had somebody complain that you see our gorillas are being fed with bananas from Rwanda, they are taking them. So must we forgive you? Should we sympathize with you when you are complaining about that and you're a government? So what happens to marketing? Can you market Uganda while you're tear gassing citizens of Uganda? You want to market tourism while you're killing your citizens? You're marketing tourism while you're abducting your own citizens, and you think people are going to come and see gorillas while you're abducting citizens. It's a very funny mix. You know, how do you really justify tourism in an environment of repression? I am not aware how many of you would take a ticket to go and tour Afghanistan, as an example. Because we love tourism, so you want to go or to Ukraine as part of your adventure. That's what it takes to attract tourists. How much money are we putting in? So we want to get in so much out of where we put nothing. Our priorities will be to, of course, without mentioning, the big document talks about the political environment and how we intend to deal with it, to make it natural for people to visit Uganda. The infrastructure, the classification is inadequate, the standardization is crap. Of course, prioritizing religious and cultural tourism, which is our mainstay. And we're giving an example in our explanation. That, for example, you can actually turn Namugongo into a Mecca if you're a good planner for this sector. And what do you need to do? Make available infrastructure to access this place. Part of the tunnel where the turn off in Namugongo is congestion. Where's the infrastructure? Where are the hotels? Where are the underground trains? A serious government would purpose that area, buy people in phases. If you gave us 5 years, we would buy from Chireka, all surroundings, and create infrastructure and make this our own Mecca. It's possible. Cultural tourism, common sense. If you went to any region of Uganda with the riches of culture and repurposed it, packaged it, you're home and dry. Some people visit us not to see gorillas, but to interact with people. Human nature is interactive. There are people who love to mix with others, but we must really make it as part of a package to really expand the array of available tourist attractions. And that will be our vote on that sector. Continue. Information communication technology, very, very active sector, misdirected with the poor infrastructure, high literacy or knowledge of availability, expensive ICT services. Probably we rank high globally as one of the high data cost nations. And of course, we also banned Facebook by the government official on Facebook. You know, that's how we work somehow. The laws are bogus. The latest we passed in Parliament, you know, is one of them. And of course, our people are poor to access high cost. So our alternatives would be to channel resources into ICT infrastructure, promote PPPs. PPPs are private-public partnerships. If you are MTN, you are Airtel, and you want to invest in ICT and help schools access cheap data, so we then look at your tax bill and reduce it and motivate you as part of the arrangement. Of course, amend the UCC Act. In that act, of course, it's draconian. It makes the minister almost a god of sorts. The minister complains. The minister prosecutes. The minister is everything, to even sentence you. My brother from the Human Rights Commission, that's how the UCC Act is like. Last week, the Honorable Baliomuns was asked why they never brought a UCC tribunal to bear, as the law says, 13 years down the road. He was, of course, angers. He prefers to be a complainant, a judge, and a prosecutor in his own case. That's how they're working. So we would really work on that act, operationalize the UCC tribunal, like I said, and also introduce a social media charter to replace the infamous act. We believe humanity must interact. purposefully, but we don't have to really have draconian laws. This charter, you read our document, is well elaborated, would regulate this kind of interaction. And at the different platforms, for you to be able to participate, you'd have to commission yourself to adherence to this charter. It's a new thing, but I encourage you as leaders here, you to have time to read and explain, and we believe it's one thing we can do to enable and allow free sharing of information, free speech, but responsible free speech. Because in some cases, inflammatory speech can inflame the country, can create unnecessary divisions among its peoples, when actually social media is supposed to be interactive and developmental. So instead of a draconian law, we are proposing a charter to which everyone using social media would commit to abide by, and then would commit so much money on rejigging ICT. Proceed. East Africa, East African community, yes, we are part of this. Its methods of work are convoluted. There's a lot that is uncoordinated, like I'm highlighting. The terms of trade are skewed against us. The elections in Uganda are stolen, but you are part of Iyala, and life goes on. If you want to know, you ask Haji Katerega and Honorable Doreen, they will tell you how it is done here, but life continues. So are we really part of this mockery? If we're a government, would we insist that certain things are done the way they're supposed to be done, or we actually move out of it? A country cannot be part of a ritual. You cannot take a country into a ritual. If you are serious about integration, it must be integration. It's political integration to be political. It's economic, should be really economic. And we would push for a very serious cooperation and not a ritual. Proceed. On our priorities, integration awareness. We are aware that part of the abuse is occasioned by lack of awareness on what this ESC is about, and therefore would involve the younger people, the youth, in the knowledge, would encourage the business community to be active and get to understand, of course, enhance advocacy and implementation of all the protocols. We believe the community, this ESC is a good idea, but because we are into expediency, we're not following the protocols to motivate our people to benefit from the integration and the numbers that come with the East African community. So we would vote that much to revamp the whole idea of the ESC. The last time I checked, the Minister for ESC was saying does not even have fuel. Hopefully he got some kawijo somewhere and to go and do her job. Proceed. Works and transport. Yeah, that picture really, the picture as you see there shows you the extent of our works and transport. That's what we are. You can trace a map of Uganda if you look around the Kampala potholes. Clear and take a picture of map of Uganda. Honorable Councillor Kim, that's how your state looks like. Sometimes I pity myself and the friends who drive the small cars can be consumed wholly by a pothole in Kampala and disappears. And when you look at the money voted, I heard KCCA complaining. Please raise that voice. It's an abuse of our intelligence that little money, that paltry money is voted for infrastructure in Kampala. The roads are not just deteriorating, but they are broken. Maintenance is alien. Funds are released in piecemeal. And of course, the runaway corruption. I heard you and I applaud you for really rejecting the way tenders are awarded to demand for transparency. In Parliament, we have been talking about the non-operationalization of the Road Fund. The Road Fund Act clearly demands that for every liter of fuel consumed, a percentage goes to the Road Fund. I don't remember the percentage. Does anybody remember? But when But when you get that percentage, you'll have enough money to actually work on the roads. But the regime reneged on this act as non-functional. So you find a local government, like the Honorable Matiera Wangabwanika's local government, given 300 million to go and work on the roads in Wakiso. It's an insult to common sense. So you probably have about 1 billion in a financial year. 1 billion. I was in some district in eastern Uganda, and I met councillors, NRM councillors, who told me that in this sub-county, we got 3 million to work on the roads. So what we did, we sat down and shared it, and we went home because it was nonsense. That's how the leaders. No, they told me that we looked at the 3 million. We had moved for several meetings. We are going to share it. We shall explain. And that's the image of the country when it comes to that. Suddenly, we want to refocus our priorities to maintaining our roads, including road safety. Our roads are very dangerous. But also, what is important for us, and this is a pet project for my Shadow Minister for Finance, the last number 5, target the key urban roads, especially in the greater Kampala metropolitan area, for toll payable PPEs. You know, every month, and listen to this, every month, workers around the Kampala metropolitan lose 52 hours of work in traffic jam. You know? So somehow, you're actually losing money. So what we are saying, that instead of that, can we create toll roads between Mpigi, Mukono, Wakiso, and Entebbe? And whether there's a toll road, if you are in a hurry, you want to go and meet, do business, use the toll road. But alongside every toll road, there must be another free road. So the toll road will take care of the free road. And we believe that can be done. In fact, it's not really a new thing, it's just lack of imagination. It's just lack of imagination. Why do you have this kind of traffic jam in this country? Are we lacking creativity? That we lose that time. I'm sure members of parliament, of course, my biggest quarrel with my colleagues here is that they don't keep time. And every time they don't keep time, they say, oh, we're in a traffic jam. Of course, I don't take that crap. But it's a normal excuse of traffic jam. Every day people lose time because of traffic jam. So we believe that toll roads are okay for a given period of time until the money is recovered. Of course, to remain a public road. And I want to invite local government leaders that we can really up that advocacy in the Kampala, Greater Kampala metropolitan area for toll roads. Those who are going for quick business and can pay, of course not done in the manner of Entebbe Express Highway, which is dark, but the most expensive road in the world. So we would vote. Those are trillions, not billions. Please move down. That much to that sector. Energy and mineral development. The situation, dependency on firewood. It's inaccessible, unreliable, expensive. We import lots of steel and iron. What would we want to do as the opposition? Prioritize access to renewable energy. We have a lot of capacity to generate alternative energy that is less costly. I talked about earlier about the iron ore in the West that would really exploit to bridge that gap. Enhance citizens' participation in oil and gas sector, which my minister talked about in her CRIP. The problem with the energy in Uganda is cost and accessibility. Last week, the Minister of Energy launched 50 megawatts on Karuma, and the country was up in jubilation. First of all, that project is late by so many months, but it's supposed to produce 600 megawatts. They launched 50. And there's no reason why is taking that long, and the power is not coming through. I think they're busy fixing the cracks because procurement was illicit, and that's what you get when procurement is not transparent. But they have given us 50 megawatts. West Nile is in the dark. The bulk of Lango is in the dark. And so is Kampala. But mark you, we have unused energy on our grid, which we pay for. So who is really stupefying this nation? So what happened to planning in this sector? So you have dimmed energy. We pay billions of money every year in dimmed energy, unused energy, to the producers of energy. But in the meantime, our people live in the dark. Secondly, our people cannot access power. These and more reasons are why governments must be changed like the uppers. Don't expect so much in this kind of situation where a regime is tired. So out of 600 megawatts, you hazard 50, and the whole world must really line up a red carpet for you. And you are late. This is the sector over which we can generate a lot of revenue in exporting to neighbors, but it requires leadership. Proceed. So we would vote that money to redirect that sector in a trillion. It's 1.4 trillion. Trade and industry cooperatives. The issue there is high cost of capital, the high cost of energy, like I said, poor transport, and limited market access. When you have a high cost of doing business, market access will inevitably be difficult. So we intend to enhance capital availability. Remember our plan in the finance sector, make capital cheaper and accessible by reducing the cost of operation. Of course, balancing indigenous capital with imported capital. Indigenous capital can only be available when the cost of borrowing locally is manageable. When indigenous capital is not available, you are actually sacrificing citizens to borrowing foreign expensive capital, which is prone to freight. So we intend to deal with that in that manner. The cooperatives, of course, as we know them, were killed by this regime in the 80s because they thought that cooperatives were a center of mobilization of citizens into civic action. We would make deliberate steps to revamp the cooperative movement, not in Igina, but real cooperative movements. And we will vote 1.4 trillion to that sector. Proceed. Water environment. We are nearing the end. Don't get tired. That is the situation of water and the environment. Degradation and abuse, pollution, deforestation, and all attendant vices that explain abuse. Our solutions will lie in conducting and restoring the environment. The Honourable Minister talked about conducting boundary surveys and demarcating and restoring wetlands, finance and nurture climate change responsive innovations, equip Uganda National Meteorological Authority. Now that agency, the Uganda National Meteorological Authority, growing up, I used to watch their weather forecast on UTV, now UBC. And what they would say, it will be rainy tomorrow. Make sure you don't take a jacket because it will be really hot, not really. When they say it will be shiny tomorrow, go with an umbrella and a jacket. You know it will rain. They were actually reporting the opposite all the time. But it could be easy to understand. They were like witch doctors you know. But are they equipped? Weather forecasts are a key component of planning for all sectors, and therefore they need to be supported with resources to do their work professionally and support the whole planning component. Those of you who travel out, one of the more critical things in the West is weather. Before you leave home, you must listen to the radio or put on the internet and get at the weather forecast. And they're near accurate. It's very, very important. You plan your movements, you plan for traffic and everything. But here it's like witchcraft. So we would invest so much. But one of the issues we want to do is to cause an audit of the Central Forest Reserve. The Central Forest Reserve, whichever direction you take out of Kampala, had a component of the Central Forest Reserve. You either now find eucalyptus, pineapples, sweet potato gardens, and estates, who actually ate the Central Forest Reserve. It accounts for the weather oscillations in this country and the entire decline in the predictability of our environment. So it would cause an audit, and we believe it must be forcefully restored. By restoring it, you restore order in this country, you create certainty of climate, and you reverse the danger of climate change. We would vote so much in the trillions over that sector. Foreign affairs. Foreign affairs in this country is actually foreign. It is that foreign that you'll never know the foreign policy of this regime. You know, probably the foreign policy is that diplomats and government officials travel to foreign countries. That could be the policy. Which is why you can never understand how we relate regionally and internationally. Because the framework is not known, sometimes does not adhere to international laws and commitments. Even where we are supposed to commit subscription, we don't subscribe. Those of you in Parliament know, in some of your sectors, some of the unfunded priorities are the commitments to our foreign relations. So part of the problem in our foreign policy relates to our staffing. Campaign managers are turned into diplomats. If you stole most votes, you qualify to be an ambassador. If you stole votes and you failed to go through, you still qualify. That is the qualification. You go to some of these missions and you interact with an ambassador. And an ambassador actually is a shame to the country. Have you met drunken ambassadors in your travels? In one, when I was a member of PAC, we visited a mission and we met with the staff, and they informed us the ambassador actually overran the embassy. He's the clerk, he's the accounting officer, he's the receptionist. He actually took over the budget and he pays them from his pocket. That's how this whole thing works. And he's still an ambassador even now. So some of these fellows that are posing as ambassadors should return home and go to their gardens and do other things. And we get people who can market this country in terms of business. Yes, I am trying to really do précis. But those of you that have really traveled and belabored it to understand the whole concept of diplomacy, commercial diplomacy, political diplomacy, understand that really we are Stone Age. And this requires a new thinking, fresh imagination for us to revamp our standing at the international plane. And our priorities are well streamlined. Recruitment must be purposeful. It's not really business salary. You see, one of the biggest drawbacks to this area is that we are running out of professional and career diplomats. Instead, we are recruiting more and more of, political attaches, military attaches, and of course, spies to go and spy on the poverty of Ugandans in the diaspora, and conscript them into regime activities. Proceed. We are running out of time. I'm trying to move fast. We would vote that to revamp our foreign policy. Public service and local government situation. Of course, public service
About a couple of days ago, we had a meeting, a very, very successful meeting with the same leader of opposition, with about 8 to 10 members of parliament as a party. I therefore take this opportunity to thank him before you for the cordial relationship that we have had as a party with the leader of opposition. Whenever we seek for an audience from the leader of opposition, he does not hesitate to grant us audience, and that of last week was not the first time. I must tell you that last week we had a delegation of 7 people from one of the political parties in South Africa, which came here on a study tour, and we decided to also seek audience from the leader of opposition, and which audience he granted. And we had a very successful discussion where we even emphasized the proposal that he has just mooted to us, which is proportional representation. We had already had that discussion at the party headquarters with those people, and we had internalized from the horse's mouth, because that is the system that is practiced in South Africa. So, leader of opposition, Honorable Mpuuga, we are very, very grateful with the relationship that we have as a party. But before I delve into the budget proposal, where I will only comment on a few issues, let me first make a clarification and also introduce myself for purposes of those who may not know me or the party, like Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi. Of course, I know Mwanga Chivumbi was just cracking a joke, because he's somebody who have been battling with in trenches for so many years. He's my member of parliament in Butambala, and we have been on the same committee that has been campaigning for President Robert Kyagulanyi in Greater Mpigi in the last election. So I know he knows, and he knows the party, but I'm the acting national chairperson or national chairman of the People's Progressive Party. Majority of people prefer to call me acting president, but in People's Progressive Party, we have national chair, we don't have president. So I'm the acting chair. Our Secretary General is Mr. Opi. Mr. Opi, can you stand up for recognition, please? So that Mr. Mwanga Chivumbi does not mistake you in future. And our MP, only MP, is Honorable Santa Okot. To throw more light about her representation, she did not come alone as a member of parliament. She came with 12 councillors in the constituency. So the party has 1 MP and 12 councillors. Allow me, honorable members, ladies and gentlemen, to specifically thank President Robert Kyagulanyi. As much as I was part of his campaign team, but when the campaign ended and he was about to appoint the shadow cabinet, I and my MP visited his home, and we had a lengthy discussion about what was happening, and that is where he decided, I think, to appoint our MP into the shadow cabinet. I'd like to use this opportunity, Mr. President, to thank you specifically for including us in your cabinet. But in a special way, I also want to thank you, because what makes a leader is not being rhetoric, is not being hardworking, is being is being able to identify capable leaders around him. I don't know whether you have ever read about a book called Building Leaders Around You. Once you read it, then you know, then you can understand what makes a successful leader, an effective leader. An effective leader is a leader who can manage to identify leaders around him who can, who can perform duties that he cannot perform himself. And when I saw Honorable Mwanga Chivumbi here making a presentation, when I saw Honorable Mpuuga here making a presentation, then I gave you a tick. You are a leader. You are a leader because that is all your success. The capacity to manage to identify those people is alone a success, even if you don't succeed yourself, because you are not going to do everything alone. So I want to stand here and thank you for being a leader. I know that in a political party like ours, like yours, you always have the moderates, you always have, sometimes they call them, they refer to them as radicals. I don't want to refer to them as radicals, but you have those who are assertive. And once you have those two groups, you have to be in position to balance the two. How to move with them, the leftists and the rightists. But I want to assure you, you have also passed that test, because you have the two groups, but you have managed to put them together, and they have now managed to show a difference, more especially given where we have been coming from. Even bringing us together as political parties, Mr. President, the leader of the leading political party in the opposition. This has not been the usual business. It has been rare for a leading political party in the opposition to bring together all political parties, because you know we have different approaches. A party like People's Progressive Party, which is non-confrontational, which does not sometimes engage in demonstrations, whose approach is different. But to have a leading political party in the opposition to work with the party which is not with the same approach with the leading political party in the opposition, it is a rare attribute that you have as a leader. I want to commend you for that, and I want to ask these honorable members to clap for our president. I think he has done a good job. I'll comment about only 2 or 3 issues, and I will just make proposals. I have seen our proposal or the proposal in the alternative budget about agriculture, what we intend to do. But one of the problems that our farmers are facing is the fluctuation of the prices of their crops, of their products. Once you don't have a solution for that, you will give them money, you will give them irrigation, you will give them everything, but let me take this opportunity to introduce my old friend, Honorable Lulu Mevaiga, who is now the de facto president of the Democratic Party. Let me put it that way. But without losing my point, honorable members, we can give the farmers irrigation. We can give them assurance about the products that they buy. But as long as we don't look into the stabilization of the prices of their products, they are not going to develop. Because today, as I speak, Mr. President, in your district in Gomba, people grow maize. But as we speak, maize has been at 1,500 shillings. The people there today don't need any seeds because they sold their maize at a higher price. They can now buy the seeds. When they sell their maize at 300 shillings, nobody shall grow maize the following season. He will run to another, crop. That is what happens with the fluctuation of prices. What governments used to do in the past was to put a stabilization fund that used to buy all the crops during the peak seasons, and the government would wait for the prices to go up, right? And then the government would now bring in the maize and sell it. But also, where there would be shortages of food, again, government would use that same crops that it should have bought from the farmers to now come and rescue the people from food shortages. So I therefore propose that we should look into stabilization of the prices, but we should also look into establishing or setting up silos where farmers can keep their maize, because they can't keep it in the houses when the prices are low. It is government that can help them set up silos or stores where they can keep it and wait for the prices to stabilize. The second point I wanted to comment on is about domestic borrowing. Honorable Leader of Opposition, as we speak now, government is borrowing domestically in commercial banks. That means that even private individuals are competing with government in the banks. And you cannot imagine where a private investor or a private businessman can compete with the state, with the government, in borrowing in the banks. The banks shall prefer, always and naturally, shall prefer to borrow the government than borrowing a private individual, because the security for that money, if they borrow government, is certain, is very certain, 100%. So you find that now the business people are competing with their government in borrowing. So I'd like to propose that in that budget proposal, we again look into the domestic borrowing. Lastly, Mr. Chairman, I know, Mr. Leader of Opposition, you have set the standard of the Leader of Opposition high. You have raised the bar high. I know that if we had a state government, it was going to look into what you have produced and amend and even trash their own budget accordingly. But we don't have one. We don't have a state government. What you have produced is naturally going to remain on the Hansard of Parliament and in the archives of our of Parliament, and sometimes it may help for academic purposes. But in the future, what you have said, in the future, I think no leader of opposition is going to perform below this. This is a standard you have set, And I'm very sure and certain that in future it will help us so much. But one thing I have to talk about is our commitment as opposition, because the government is not going to do anything about this budget. That one we know for sure. It is us who must come to power as opposition to make this a reality, what has been submitted here. But we have a duty. You were talking about the time we are coming. Sometimes you may not blame us, but we have a duty as opposition leaders. The people out there need us to unite, need us to build the synergies, need us to build one force to get rid of this autocratic regime. We shall only get rid of this autocratic regime when we are together. Just like I said, we have different approaches. Others are liberals, others are assertive, like I said. I wanted to use that assertiveness. We have to, because we all contribute to the same cause. We all contribute to the same cause. We need to work on our trivial petty issues and look at the bigger picture. The bigger picture. They have already given us the leadership. At least Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi and the leader of opposition have already shown that they can lead the way. They can lead the way. What is remaining is to appreciate our differences, reduce the gaps, avoid building on petty issues, and focus on the objective that we want to achieve. Once we do that, and yet we are duty bound to do it. But once we do that, this regime shall be history just tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. With those few remarks, I once again thank the leader of opposition for the invitation and for the working good relationship we have with you, and we commit to work with you and the National Unity Platform, which is the leading political party in the opposition, and we shall not deviate from the course. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Saddam Gaira. He, of course, has left me with such a challenge because, you know, if speeches were being given out through proportional representation, we'll be here for the whole day. But I'm going to ask that when Justice Forum comes and going forward, we shall limit it to just a minute or two. Let's just greet the people, and so that everybody can have an opportunity to speak. So, Mr. Katerega Mohammed, SG, please come and greet the people. Thank you.
The Leader of Opposition, the Right Honorable Matthias Mpuuga, party leaders present, my colleagues, the SGs, honorable members of Parliament, the Shadow Cabinet, ladies and gentlemen, I salute you all in the name of God. I'm going to be very brief, and I'm not going to comment on the submission made by Right Honorable Matthias Mpuuga, because I'm convinced, and I'm convinced of what he has presented here. I can only make a commitment that I will have a conversation with my people in Justice Forum over this, because Ugandans need to know the alternative. And I want to lay the fears which Mr. Saddam has, that it is going to remain on the archives and Hansard of Parliament. We are going to take it out to the community. We are going to preach it, and we are going to inform the community of what is taking place, the wrongs, the budget which the NRM is running, the gaps therein. Mr. General Leader of Opposition, I have one observation. When you are presenting your speech, there are some members who moved out. I suppose they went for prayers. I want to make a formal request that because you are leading people who don't respect time, if we are here at 9 as you had invited us, by this time would be out of this room. But I want to make a request that in future, to avoid those unnecessary movements people go and do this and that you avoid to make such on Friday, so that everybody, and those who remained here, were uncomfortable. I would have moved out, but because I was on the high table, it would have, people wouldn't understand me. So I'm requesting that in the future, you either avoid to organize a function like this one in the morning on Friday, or other people will not be comfortable coming or participating in such organization. Mr. Leader of Opposition, allow me to bring greetings from Jasuram and allow me to thank the members of Parliament for the recently passed bill. For us in Jema, one of the key issues which you put a lot of emphasis is the morals. And when you pass the anti-homosexuality bill, for us we said in Jema that may God bless the Parliament, the 11th Parliament. And in unlikely event that His Excellency the President turns down, returns the bill to you, as Jema we shall come back to you and request you to lead the team so that the bill is taken back to him in its current form as we passed it. With those few words, ladies and gentlemen, allow me once again to thank the Leader of Opposition for inviting us as Jema to be part of this historical event. I think this is the first alternative budget to be submitted. Maybe, or maybe the second one. And I think people will take a lesson from what I want to agree with Mr. Saddam Gaira that you have raised the bar, and those who will succeed you will have a very difficult time. I thank you very much, and I request, Mr. Leader of Opposition, after this, you allow me to go and catch up with the prayers. May God bless you for God and my country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Katerega, and I'm sure your comments have been noted and well taken care of. Now let me invite Dr. Kilama Omoro from UPC to please come and greet the people.
The President of NUP, who is at the moment, his party is leading in the opposition, a man from a great background, and Matthias, who is the LOP. I'm also called Matthias, or Matthias, from Gulu, and actually from Gulu. I am in UPC since 1968. I'm a doctor by profession in health, and I've served as a doctor for 46 years. until now. I'm not retired. I worked in government, but retired, but I'm not tired. Parliament, although I contested for the seat in 2006, under the UPC ticket, I lost. The following day, I came to my clinic and I continued doing my job. I was a member of the Presidential Policy Commission appointed by Dr. Apollo Milton Bote, and I served there in Uganda House for 6 years with Dr. Ranyarare. Honorable Santa Court, I remember you came to my house, and many others, the Olanya, and then Mao and everybody else. I worked with them. I almost mentored them. So, my humble request is we need to be united. We need to build Uganda which is at peace with itself and at ease with the neighbor. Because the stability of this nation rests squarely in the accessibility of social services within the reach of the majority of the people of Uganda. And mind you, Uganda is an artificial nation brought together by the Consensus Act of Will of the 1962 Lancaster Agreement. Otherwise, if we want that artificial nation to progress, then we need a concerted effort by the leadership of this nation called Uganda to play its role without any form of discrimination. Otherwise, an artificial thing disintegrates when you don't bring the forces of uniting them together. So our leader must work tirelessly to make sure that the nation is united. You turn up to be a Gombula chief or whatever. If you look at where you were born only and do the business of the nation, does not work. This leader of opposition, I agree with my fellow, he has set up a very high standard. I love him, not because he's called Matthias and I'm also Matthias, no. He's eloquent, he knows what to do, he knows what to say, he knows how to argue. And gone are the days when you base your political party on the colors. When the NUF decided to go red, I, as a leader in the Uganda People's Congress, they asked me why. This is our color. I said, look here, you guys. This man here, his blood is red. Or that it could be therefore A, B, and O. But the color is red. Whether you go to Russia, or you go to Ukraine, or you go to Japan, or Brazil, or Argentina, or whatever, and those human beings have red colors in their blood. So when this morning I came here, he asked me, why am I not putting on my red tie? I said, look here, I'm a professional doctor practicing. I just came here because I was called. I don't have to scare somebody by putting on red. If it's yellow, fine, let it be. If it's otherwise, so be it. If it is green, yesterday I remember putting on a very nice suit with a green sort of tie because I had some function to attend to. Now, people of Uganda, corruption is something we should not accept it. And it is cancerous. It is due to skullduggery. Skullduggery is a strong English word which means the highest level of dishonesty. The highest level of dishonesty, that is skullduggery, is eating up our society. Look here, there was a time when a minister in the 1980s, Dr. Apollo Milton Bote was the president then. A minister went to the Bank of Uganda because he knew that president, if he went out with $20,000, he used not to take a lot of money. And if he used $15,000, he returns the $5,000 to the Bank of Uganda. How many leaders today who leave this country with unknown amount of money, they come and they do the shopping of the most sophisticated dresses, suits, so be it, and don't return whatever money remains. Well, dressing is dressing. Some of us have dressed for years. I studied in Russia, I studied in Germany, I went to Britain, and I studied here. I'm well balanced. When you talk of Lvov, where the war is taking place, or Kyiv, or Moscow, or where, or Rostov-on-Don, and those places I know. I've been to those places, I'm balanced. So, we should be also balanced in our mind. We should unite to lead this country. My party was formed to lead this nation according to the wishes of the people whom they are leading. They say, we want to go there, lead us to that direction. You just don't go alone, because a leader must lead people and the people must be very near them. How can you lead the people when you are very far away from them? Then whom are you leading? You need to lead the people with their consent. They should agree on the program. You cannot pretend to be better than the people. You are part and parcel of the people. That's why I agree with what he's saying. He talked about Uganda, UBC. Is it this bank called what? What is this bank of the... near Uganda House, what is that bank? UCB, correct. UCB was formed for the benefit of the common man. Whether we like it or not, we Africans, we are social, we are more socialist orientated than the European, than the communist China or Russia or whatever. And the purpose of UCB was to enable the people of Uganda to move forward. And then on top of that, they brought in cooperative bank. If we said the President Museveni said it was a mistake to do away with UCB, I agree. For us, we had seen it very far, with binoculars, very many miles away. We did the right thing. We did what we could do. It was Edward Heath who overthrew our government and destroyed our nation because we were at par with Singapore. You go and look at Singapore today. You talk of the health. They were not happy because within 9 years we built 23 hospitals scattered all over the country. North, south, east, west, without discrimination. Because we were building Uganda with a peace with itself and at ease with neighbor. We never went to foreign country with our guns without consulting the government. The second wing of the government, that's the parliament. There was an attempt one time from Southern Sudan to enter Uganda, but it was stopped there and then. My late brother Alex Ojera was there. He had to rush very fast. Alex Ojera was Minister of Information, Broadcasting and Tourism, was my brother. I come from political background. That's why since 1968 I've been a member of the Uganda People's Congress. And our headquarters was in Mbale, and Bushenyi. Our president didn't come from east or west. In fact, he had introduced 1 by 3. You cannot go to parliament when you are not seconded by, if I'm from Gulu, I must be seconded from east, west, and Buganda. That's the way forward. That's how to unify. Unite the country. You don't unite the country, we are walking on a hollow. They are Ugandan. I think this is not my time. I've been invited through my Secretary General, Honorable Ebil, to come and represent Uganda People's Congress due to my background. And I would say, let us unite. Unite for a purpose. Unite not to hate anybody. Unite so that the people of Uganda, people from Nairobi, people from Tanzania will come for treatment in Kampala, in Mulago. They would come for night dances from Nairobi here. Now it is the other way around. So I can see him standing. I don't like to be in discipline in one way or another. I thank you very much. I'm called, my name, I want to repeat again, Dr. Kilama Mor Matthias from Gulu. Thank you very much.
I must thank Dr. Kilama Matthias. I now know that if ever I have another son and I want him to be eloquent, the name Matthias has got to be in there somewhere, somehow. Thank you very much. Thank you, and thank you for keeping the flag of UPC flying high. Now, in our midst, I still want to recognize Hajat Nambawa Rashida, LC5 Butambala. Where are you? Yes, Hajat, thank you so much. Mayor Mukambwe Lukonge from Mitiana Municipality. Yes, we recognize you. Thank you very much. There are several editors and talk show hosts that joined us, and we really must thank you for keeping information flowing. The other arm of government, the Fourth Estate, thank you very much for joining us. Last but not least, the former leader of the opposition, Honorable Betty Awola Chan. Thank you very much, Madam, and thank you for keeping the steps moving forward. Now, allow me to invite Dr. Lulu Mebaiga, representing the Democratic Party, to kindly come and just greet the people. I'm going to ask that you keep your notes away so that you can easily greet the people.
Right Honorable Leader of Opposition, Honorable Mpuuga Nsamba, Honorable Robert Kyagulanyi, President of the National Unity Platform and the leading party in the opposition, representatives of political parties, colleagues, members of parliament, leaders in various categories, ladies and gentlemen. Right Honorable Leader of Opposition. May I request the colleagues here to clap for you for this achievement today. This alternative speech on the budget is a real wake-up call to all Ugandans to start to look at Uganda as we are, and to ensure that everybody wakes up to the realities that are occurring in our country. We have heard that we are living in a very artificial life and listening to very artificial figures. And that is what Ugandans continue to consume. Without this speech, very many Ugandans, including members of parliament and leaders of various categories, would have gone with the figures of government, which are very artificial. And that is why we must congratulate ourselves as the opposition in this country for having a very brilliant opposition, which has enabled us to know that this country can have another path that Ugandans can follow to make our country deliver for everybody. Let me make a few comments. I just need 3 minutes of your valuable time. On health, I have a health background. Everybody has been talking about health insurance. I was in Rwanda just recently, and a country which President Museveni doesn't want to hear that they are making very big progresses, being younger than them, and he was taking them as his own houseboys. They have fast-tracked health insurance, and everybody has access to health and quality health. This is something that we need to fast-track, and we need to put our feet on the ground and show the world that this is also possible in this country, and it is possible. The second thing I wanted to comment about is on land and environment. Yes, we need to audit the processes and outcome of the land giveaways, especially the public land giveaways. We also need to audit how forests have been acquired in this country, where thirds of land, especially in Uganda, have been given away at giveaway prices, and natural forests. In natural forests being planted eucalyptus and pine. And nobody has any right to fetch firewood in such lands which were helping our people to get fuel. This is very rampant, and it must be reversed through legislation and through activism to prevent this kind of acquisition of forest land. Those forest lands are going to be populated, new populations of people. In the middle of the villages where people don't have land to make a living. And they pay paltry. 320,000 and somebody gets 2 square miles of forest land. Right Honorable Leader of Opposition, this must be stopped. Must bring it to Parliament, and if at all Parliament is not enough, we must lead a campaign to reverse it. We must repossess that land which has been given away, public lands which have been given away. Because public lands are given away conditionally. Those people who are conditioned to take this land through the corrupt land boards, they do other things other than why they acquired that land. And Ugandans have not been keen on how these lands are being acquired. We know the processes. We must lead this campaign to reverse the possession of this land. And those people living adjacent to these lands must acquire them, because that is what the law provides, and the law has been already circumvented, and people have already been chased away from their lands. Thank you for commenting on the PDM. It is a stillbirth, and the stillbirths are very painful. I know President Museveni is listening. We are laughing at you. Well, this thing was very badly brought up. We were the third world largest producer of coffee. We didn't have large estates of coffee. But Ugandans were stimulated by having a steady market and guarantee of market, international market for coffee, that even under Idi Amin Dada, the man who had been curtailed from attaining international fora and markets, being a dictator, as he was called, although an achieving dictator than the ones that we have today, Uganda managed to survive. We managed to survive by the sale of our coffee, and we were the third world biggest producer of coffee. Today, we are nowhere, because this country ran away from its responsibility of ensuring that our primary producers get ready and guaranteed market as a stimulus for their effort. You cannot reward effort by nothing. You cannot say that the 39% of the people to whom you are targeting 100 million per parish, one size fits all, are also going to work out their market for their produce at a global market, which should be the stimulus for effort. I think this needs to be given to President Museveni point blank so that he can unlearn running away from guaranteeing markets for the Ugandans and thinking that you are going to give 100 million in a parish, one size fits all, is going to be like any other programs that have been started by him before. And he's going to die a very frustrated man because he has not managed to pull Ugandans out of poverty to prosperity. And we are here to help him as an alternative to ensure that he knows that when we speak, he should also listen. Since he is still steering a little bit, then he can do maybe some wonder can come. When he listens one time, a few Ugandans can be pulled out of poverty to prosperity. But when he continues not to listen, and these programs continue to bedevil him, he will die a very frustrated man, not being able to establish a new dispensation where people live happily. I want once again to thank you so much for convening this assembly and delivering that speech. I sat with my colleague, Honorable Umu, behind there because we are MPs, members of parliament like others. And when I heard the MC announcing that Honorable Mao is going to sit there, I thought that there was a label on the chair. But you know, he left our party and entered NRM. He's a minister. So I am now there. It is me you should always invite this way. For God and my country, thank you very much.
It's a good thing I'm a civil servant. I will not comment on some things. But thank you very much, Dr. Lulume. Thank you for hosting the flag for the Democratic Party. In the meantime, once again, I recognize Speaker Luba Charles from Makinji Division. Yes, thank you for joining us. Mayor Lulenzi Bamu from Iganga Municipality. Thank you for joining us. And I know there are many local government leaders, local government officials who are here. Could you just stand, just wherever you are, please just rise to your feet. All the local leadership that is here. There are quite a number. We could not recognize you individually, but thank you so much for joining us. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, allow me to invite a representative from FDC, Ms. Doreen Nyanjura. Please come and greet the people. Thank you.
Thank you so much, MC, the President Noop, the leader of opposition, fellow leaders from other political parties, and to all ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I bring you warm revolutionary greetings from my President, the Honorable Patrick Amriat. He's not been able to join us. He lost a brother, but I'm here to represent him. And without making any further submissions, allow me to recognize some of the leaders from FDC. I've seen the former leader of the opposition, the Honorable Betty Awol. You look smart in blue. I've also seen our Secretary for Mobilization, the Honorable Fungaro Caps. He's also a former Member of Parliament. He's just walked in. And of course, we have several other members of Parliament. I was, of course, ambushed, but that does not mean that I will fail to make a submission. Colleagues, first of all, allow me to thank the Leader of Opposition for offering this alternative budget. You can clap. Well, unlike the Matia Kaseja budget, whose sole objective was to oil a patronage system and offer illusions about poverty eradication to the ordinary citizens through ill-thought-out programs like the parish development model, the alternative budget offers concrete, actionable spending priorities that have the capacity to transform the lives of the ordinary citizens. And for me, true leadership demands for that. Of course, when you look at the budget that was presented, it placed the biggest chunk of the national resource envelope in the hands of central government. The local governments where the citizens live and work were given just a small share of the resources. And of course, this is not rocket science. If I'm to give an example of KCCA, and I want to thank the Leader of Opposition, he talked about KCCA being offered 2 trillion a year. Our strategic plan was talking about 1 trillion a year. Of course, we tried to squeeze the little resources that we have. So when resources are left at the center, it definitely leaves a lot to be desired. But we thank you for what you have presented, and we are going to carry the alternative budget that we have received today. We are going to carry it, we are going to read it as our Bible, because it clearly means a lot to us. And of course, during your submission, you kept on referring to the IGG. And I actually wanted to give my submission when she was here. And I kept wondering whether you have taken time to really understand what she goes through. We know that she's been trying to do her level best, but under the circumstances, I remember there's a time she was conducting an audit on the style, and she was warned. She was told, please go slow. As long as people steal resources and they invest them in this country, do not run after them. So really would be demanding a lot from her. And of course, there was a comment recently, I don't know if you saw a letter that was circulating all over social media, and they were telling her, please do not run after our men and women in uniform. So really, for us to expect miracles, for us to expect her to perform, would be asking for too much. And like we all know, we lose 10 trillion, ladies and gentlemen, 10 trillion a year to corruption. And of course, for us in the opposition, yes, our budget has been presented, an alternative has been given, but when you actually read the report that was presented by the IGG, and over the years, the most corrupt institution has been, do you know it? Uganda Police. Uganda Police. The next that follows in line was the judiciary. The next that followed in after the judiciary was the Land Commission. I don't know if you're seeing the kind of country that we are talking about. We are talking about a country that is in shambles. We are talking about a country that is in tatters. And definitely the responsibility to reform, to transform, and to liberate this country lies within us. And those that came before me talked about unity. I'm here to rally all of you that we need to stand against being divided. We need to stand against being divided, or else we shall come here, read the beautiful speeches. Unfortunately, we shall not be able to do much. I'm quite passionate about issues of gender. Quite passionate about issues to do with education. And recently I was actually embarrassed and shocked after celebrating Women's Day under the theme of digital transformation. Most of the government entities, KCCA inclusive, was not allocated a single coin for ICT. But I mean, the country was celebrating Women's Day. And we have our leaders. I saw the Honorable Joyce Bagala. I think all of us saw her and what happened to her yesterday when she was attempting to offer an alternative. We've talked about the parish development model, which is total crap. And you know, when you go and look in most of the budgets, there was no money that was allocated to women. There was no money that was allocated to youths. There was no money that was allocated to people living with disabilities. And we are told that the money was put under the parish development model. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to rise to the occasion and say enough is enough, because this is what those that we represent demand of us. The other thing that is very dear to me is the education system, like I told you. I represent Makerere University, but I also come from a background that is full of teachers. I want us to analyze our education system, and specifically at how much is allocated, specifically for those who go for UPE. In Uganda, each pupil is allocated 9,300 shillings a year. And for your information, when the current vice president was the Minister of Education, she said people needed to celebrate because that was increased from 6,000 to 9,000. Now, when you look at Kenya, and that's 9,300 translates into $2.5 a year. When you look at Kenya, it allocates each pupil $15 a year. When you look at Egypt, they allocate $350 a year. South Africa allocates $1,500 a year. We allocate $2.5. When you look at Britain, they allocate $7,800 a year. When you look at Norway, they allocate $12,000 a year. So ladies and gentlemen, if you're talking about education, if you're talking about transforming this country, what exactly are we talking about? When we talk about competition at the national level, at the international level, what exactly are we talking about? We need to do more than what we are currently doing. And in conclusion, as FDC, we have now and again advocated that greater resources must go where people are, where the taxes come from. Taxes do not come from central government. When resources come closer to the people, we'll no longer talk about bringing services to the people, because the people will have the power to prioritize their needs and deal with themselves, because they will have the means to do so. Now, of course, the concentration of resources at the center has bred corruption and impunity. The thugs reside right at the top, and I want to emphasize that the thugs reside right at the top. This country is yet to recover from one of the most shameful scandals, at least for me, the one that I have seen in the annals of corruption, the Karamoja iron sheet scandal. The thieves without shame told the world that the iron sheets had delivered themselves in their homesteads. And you know, to make matters worse, this was something that was coming from the Ministry of Finance, someone we trusted with our resource envelope. Is it not a shame? So, ladies and gentlemen, there is no way the budget objectives can be realized if thieves are waylaying our resources before they go to the intended beneficiaries. There is no way the budget objectives are going to be realized if the thieves are waylaying our resources before they get to the intended beneficiaries. And therefore, for me, the only solution that I have, for all of you that know me, I am an activist for change. Because I believe there is little that we can do under the current dictatorship. If we indeed need change, if we must talk about good governance and the rule of law, we need to leave our comfort zones. Ladies and gentlemen, this country is crying for leadership. This country is crying for those that are going to lead them. And I have no doubt we have what it takes to command and change this country. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nyanjura, and thank you, FDC. I think your comments have been received and understood. Now, distinguished guests, we are coming to the end of our program today. As we wind up, I just wanted to inform you about what the procedure will be. After our final remarks today, there shall be a group photograph on the steps of Parliament, and would like to invite you to join the team on the steps of Parliament. So right now, I'm going to invite the leader of the opposition in Parliament to kindly come and make his closing remarks, and thereafter invite the President of the National Unity Platform to also come and make remarks.
Mr. Peter Odeke, now that you're not returned, I want to invite the audience to appreciate you for moderating us so well. Thank you so much. Never apologize for being a civil servant. Our government requires civil servants like you, prudent and able to get work done. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day, and we have done partial justice to the reasons of being here. I'm saying partial justice because when it ends here, then it's a waste. It's a launch of a protracted struggle to comb the hills and valleys and escarpments of a ruined nation, to bring to bear to all and sundry that this country deserves better. When I invited my president to be part of this audience, of course, characteristic of him, he was questioning the wisdom of this kind of audience. I told him, it is your audience, sir, please, you must come and address it because the nation needs to hear from you, because they missed you in State House. This is what we should be doing, we should have been doing. Now the remaining propositions to the country, but the beauty is we are around and we shall outlive our enemies. And we shall see another day to implement our beautiful ideas to motherland. I got a text message from a citizen listening in or watching on TV and was asking me, so you are saying you're going to construct beautiful toll roads in Kampala. So how about for us in the rural areas? Are you abandoning us? Simple response I've sent him. We are going to put our money where the money comes from. We shall equalize for the other areas when we generate more money. That's how economics is done, simple economics. Generate money where it is. Don't put money if it's a road and the people are putting, drying cassava on it, just know that that community lacks the basics before giving them a road to dry cassava. They have no hospital, they have no schools. First things first. Then they receive the rest. Mr. President, it's your day. I would like to invite you to give your impressions to this audience. And the nation watching you, sir, most welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, distinguished guests, fellow leaders, ladies and gentlemen. I still feel that the Right Honourable Leader of Opposition has not been appreciated enough this afternoon for the elaborate speech. So may I request a standing ovation for our Leader of Opposition. Thank you. Thank you very much. I was really, really impressed by your wide-reaching knowledge to the extent that you even touched the musical area, which is my background. Ladies and gentlemen, the Leader of Opposition was right. Music is actually both an art and a science. The scientists that are here with us this afternoon will agree with me that science is based on laws and principles. And yes, the artists, like Dr. Hildeman, will agree with me that art is based on creativity and innovation. But as a musician and other musicians out there, until you study music from the highest level, that's when you're going to understand that actually music has laws and principles, and yet it continues to run around creativity and innovation. So thank you very much for that insight, Right Honourable Leader of Opposition. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm honored to address you today as our parliamentary front launches this alternative budget proposal for the financial year 2023-2024. Many times, regime apologists
naye obudde mubutulyako man. Okikoze otya? Yinyi mpulira nga njogera. So tutandika tutya? Ojja katikati. We ready. Ogenda kuva. Njega ikwatira umbrella zine za MTN okusinga Mulungu. Kata ate bafana kuba wakizile sawa. MTN Momo Pay logo je tuteekako bannaye. Eya MTN Momo Pay. Naawe Mulungu ndi Mulungu je tulire ebyennyanja kyakutte baba. Mulungu. Nati bampa sound. Bump on air tandika nange. Gutandike bala. Totagaza kamera. Tanaba kuba steady. Gukwata bali. Kwata banu bikyembana. Kati ngenda jiyingira mu buyingizawe ngamaze okujja kese. Kale ku BBS Telephone ko oli mugana gonna osizo kubera nga totulaba twamaze ddo okubanga nate tusalako. It's a Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my, Mulungu fish fly. So kyogera obubi waliwo fly yenswera ne kati bakyogera batya. Yagamba Daniel Maika kati awo kiddayo. Wasomera wa nadde n'omusomesa omwasomesa Daniel Alvis nangamba tuyina ate tuyina nella kakati awo kaduna B wasomera wa okusobola okubeera nga tokyusa mu nyukuta ezo. So tuli wano bayitawo Mulungu fish fry we tulire ekyennyanja abamanyi bumanyi gye tuyimbira obuyimba oyina emboozi y'enkoola obuyimba obufaanaganako ng'obwo osobola okubeera nga ate obusiŋŋaane no kyakutte dda. People still bali kujja buzi ekintu okubeera nga ate kyongera okuba nga kikwata akati ebbaala z'amaze okuba nga ate sawundi kyekyo tumaze omucekinga bulungi nnyo. Abaana bali ba ssente baatudde dda otunula wali ekyennyanja abaana bakiteekateeka okulaba nga ate ayayayayaya. Kale wetulyo nako olwaleero proudly sponsored by MTN. Bagamba batya nti enkola ya MTN Momo Pay oza kulya kyannyanja kifaanaganako nga bwe kiti osobola okuba nga okisanga eno bayitawo Mulungu fish fly. Fish fry kugaba bibuzaabuza ne muba mukitegedde. So akanyanja akalungi nga bwe kati akawoomu nga n'akasiika mulungi osobola kuba nga okasanga Mulungu. Ate ebifo watuulwa weebiri Ssaabasajja bano badde ki muganda wange kiki jangu wano ŋŋambe atunula wali kakkana omuliro nga mungi. Kale bwetyo bwe tuli mpolampola mu ngeri ekyasinza okubeera ey'akabi. Njagala kuba nga nkutuusaako mu basajja abakyala ate bengenda okuba nga ngabira ku zi apron. Ekifo kiyonjo olabira ddala bulungi nti wamma ddala ekyokulya kyogenda okubeera nga ate osanga wano kyekyo kyennyini ekyalagirwa. Abazimbi batereeza tulina tails bulungi nnyo kwegamba kyonoolya olabira ddala nga ate ekintu kitambulira ddala mu ngeri ekyasinza okubeera ey'akabi. Oyagala chips osobola okuba nga wano wennyini woozisanga. Oyagalirako ekyennyanja osobola okuba nga wennyini wokisanga. Enkola ya MTN Momo Pay okikola otya? Ojja kunyiga star M65 star teekako 3 then oteekeko hash obulamu beere nga butambula. Njagala kuwa apron eno ye kampuni yo gye bayita Glosh roasted chicken.
Yeyo
Okola kiggwe tulaba abantu bali mu byannyanja gwe bajja mu nkoko.
Ndi wa nkoko.
Lwaki?
Ale togamba abantu banalya byennyanja
bulungi ebeera mukyamufu oba tebannakugulako omanyi byanjawulo osanga omuntu ng'alina ennaku ye enkoko yaganye kakati n'olyoka omulumbagana ne kikuggwako naawe kanyinza okuba nkulumbaganye baguze onyuse enkoko ate ndaba oli eno otudde ate n'omudaala ogukubya amabega omulimu ogusanze otya lwaki gwe wasalawo okusiika nkoko emulungu ng'ate abala bali mu byannyanja
buli kasitoma nti ali ebyennyanja waliwo ajja nga ayagala nkoko tayagala byennyanja
so kati gwabe wateega
nateega
enkoko otunda otya
ekifi ntandikira ku 7
ekyo kiba kya kikula ki otandikira 7 n'okomera ku mmeka
naye 3 ndiyina
ey'esatu yeefaanana etya ekibiru kati nkusanze mu lugambo kati ewaali badde olaga abantu ebintu byo ne bakulaba kute ate ojja kutumirako ku bantu abalina olugambo ng'ova ku mudaala gwo n'ogenda kugwa omulala kati bizinensi yo n'ogireka eri n'ogisuulirira kati waali badde ofunye omukisa okulaga abantu by'okola nebwekyo naye sigenda kukola ki sigenda kugaana kuwa apron MTN momope ekuwadde naye baabo olabika olina ettima lyakujjula olina omusajja ettima we n'otunula ttima lyerera I don't know you don't care situka n'onkusibeko bulungi kakyala kampi naye tekalina problem jangu bulungi nkusibe abantu bakulabe bulungi nnyo osigale ng'onyumye mulungu wanoteekawo sente nobeera nga kumakyuka nkusibe suka kyuka nkusibe bulungi nnyo mwana w'abandi wali wano mu katale ka Ssaabasajja Kabaka ak'emulungu oyagala kulya kyannyanja wano osobola okubeera nga ate okisanga mu mbeera y'emu muko soko otule bulungi wali mu kamera za BBS Telefina omukulu ye Ssekabira baba beddira ki soko osituke bulungi nnyo va mu bintu by'okwemoola oli musajja kati omukazi osobola mukwana otya nga oli mu kwemoola okuwa obwika n'akazindaala oli mu kwemoola nze banneemoolerako uli otya tunula bulungi wali oyogere gwe boosi oba bakozesa bukozesa
na mukama wange si
kati bakasoma baguza otya nga olina ensonyi bwotyo tosobola nakunnyonnyola kalaba bwe yeemoola
njogera
olina girlfriend
ali ku ssomero
oyina saagala olina eti ali ku ssomero gyali wakozesa bigambo ki ndowooza olaba bwe yeemoola kati weemoola ki naye abantu bali mukulaba ku TV ya Ssaabasajja weemoola oba nzijeko galubindi zikutiisizza okola ki mu katale ka Ssaabasajja otunda mpuuta mulimu ogusanze otya ogw'empuuta ate ng'oli boss ng'ate oli mukozi oyinayo ne boosi wo
ndi musimu
ogweyagaliramu olunaku osobola kuyingiza sente nga mmeka
ebintu byatabuka
bitya
kasoma batono
kati lwaki temubivaako n'onoonya ebirala ebyokukola guno n'oguvaamu ogukubonyaabonya
taloza emirimu kyalabika
okusinga okukola wano ate z'otaddemu zife kati obyesonyiira ddala n'ogenda n'onoonya omulimu ogusobola obutakubonyaabonya
edde obeerawo pambana mpolampola
kuyiiya buyiiya n'onyaga kuza omugagga
asala kubba
yogeza amazima oyawula otya
asala kubba
taliiwo agenzi
asobola kubba wanze ni musajja musala kubba
kale tumira ku nnyoka akuzaala nze nkusiibule bime kugiraagira
tumirako kwagala lamula nembojani Steve
ali ludda
tebaliyo
bali bugerere kale omwami bwatyo bwali naye nkujukizaako akanzaali akafajiri kale pawuda akanzaali akafajiri kale pawuda muganda nkogenda okuba nga ate okozesa nnyo fajiri kale pawuda kanzaali ako kawoomu nnyo kanzaali ako kazitoyenva akanzaali ako bw'okateeka ne bwe kiba kyannyanja ene mulungu ke bakozesa n'oli ekyennyanja evola abantu bonna bakulumukuka nga badda eno ate sides eno emulungu okuba nga bakwasaganya ekintu ono omukyala kamuwe puloni ayambadde byeru sembera bulungi njikwambazi sembera bulungi njikwambazi ali ate omwami
Jali mulungi.
Ajebaleko baba.
Kale sebo.
Ye mwami yani.
Nawe jebaleko.
Ye mwami yani omulenzi.
Mwami simu inandi yonzeka nabana bange.
We yakola ki? Okuleko deno ku muliro weka.
Ninga makazi neno.
Chichi ubu ina biwa mukola.
Neno nyeze 10.
Olabiko ina biwa mukola. Maye bakazi muli bazibu. Ate engeri gy'oli munene bulungi. Izo kuba mufuukira kye baawalula.
nange nga neyanziza
BBS ne MTN momope bali kuwadde
munne neyanziza neyanzeege
ogirabye
era bagambe beebale nnyo beebalire ddala nange kyovola nga mbawagira kalayini kaabwe kennina
olina kokozesa katwagala bakasitoma okujja gwokola ki mu katale muno
nze nkutunda wali mazzi
goli w'amazzi aganywebwa galobagana ag'obucupa
bakozesa bano ge bakozesa
gwolina ogase n'otya
nina kataapu wali
wabala nnyo olunaku oyinza kukola sente nga meka
nkolayo ogumu ekitundu nkolayo omutwalo bwentyo mpolampola
kati gwe tolina gy'osasula zonna nga b'ozifunye zizo
nedda ssebo nsasula omusolo gwa gavumenti nsasulayo eri ku woota
kati njagala ng'osasula omusolo gwa gavumenti okozesa enkola ya MTN momope otuulawo ku taapu yo n'oweereza omusolo gw'abandi ne bagutwala n'otuulawo ku taapu yo n'oweereza omusolo gw'abandi ogw'amazzi ne bagutwala
bajja wano ne batusomesa naye ate bw'obiteekako tebitambula bulungi
aba MTN baaliwo ne bakusomesa kati njagala okwongera kikutereereza by'otaategeera enkola eyo wagyegattako
sinabagyegattako
otuli kuki
kati ngenda gyegattako
jijje bwenva wano tonzikiriza genda nga toweegaseeko oba nkuweneyo ku sente omanyife gye tukola batusasula sente kati ez'omwezi tuli mu mwezi ki
tuli mu gwakusatu
16 baba batuwa ate ffe ez'ogwokuna
mpaku sente
mweyi ngenda kuwa tekate buzibu kabe bakikoyiza otuyimbiramu ngera oli musanyufu
simanyi kuyimba
kati abaka akyayiwa enjaye kakyayiwa enjaye
simanyi kuyimba
omanyi kola ki
mbeera awo bubeezi siina nnyo
okwegala oli awo kigambo kikyemba nkozesa
ng'emyaka nga bw'ogiraba era maanyi matono
naye olina ate obuyimba bwammwe bwe mwayimbanga tokyabijjukira tumira taata w'abaana wadde
mwayawukana kujja otumira abaana bange tumira muzeeyi Christopher ntumira kakumira Robert ne ntumira
kale tumira kiti kye wazaalamu abaana abo kubanga layika si musajja kiti yafa bambi olina mwandu tewali wazeewo kaawo mukumbeera y'okuza abaana oba tonnalondako bo boogera naye tonnalondako
kanjira nkuza abaana
kale tuli ku BBS Final program ebifa mu katale tuli mu katale ka Ssaabasajja kwe tuli genda wali ewa DJ Ron mu bbaala gwogenda olabe bye tukola bigenda mu maaso
abaana bange tebandabeko
bakulabye tuli mu katale ka Ssaabasajja kabaka akawano bayitawo mulungu enkola ya MTN momope onyiga star emukaga 5 noteekako star noteekako 3 then hash nobeera nga ate obulamu obutambuza mu ngeri ekyasiza okubeera ey'akabi. Salamu alaikum.
Walaikum salamu alaikum.
Bitambula bitya?
Mpola yahe.
Jebale yahe.
Iberayo mpola.
Abantu bali mu kusiiba.
Bali mu kusiiba.
Soko yambale apron eno.
Salamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Njaga
opa nyingi nabeera nalongo mwako ogujja.
Ankuwa nyingi za kinyinza okudiibuda engeri eyo. Nyinza okwekubya emizimu.
Mbadde manyi nti bwotyo bwosazeewo.
Omwana yalunze kacyayiwa enjaye.
Mbimanyi.
Kuli otya?
Ndikiriya.
Ebyennyanja gwo bikolokota babikolokotera bukolokotezi.
Bankolokotera bukolokotezi.
Lwaki wajja mulimo guno ogusobola otyo omulimo guno gwa kisajja?
Tekyali mulimo gwa kisajja. Emirimu gyonna tekuliko nti guno gwa kisajja oba guno gwa kikazi. Sebo kasita gubeera guvaamu ssente.
Kasita guba nga guvaamu ssente oguyingira ddi ki ekikusikiriza oguyingira?
Omulimu guno gwo nagwagala nnyo ate era bingi byengufunyeemu kyova olaba kati ngwagala nnyo esobola guvaamu.
Abatulaba abalungi bali ku BBS Telefina tubabulidde tuli mulungu akamu ku katale akakyasinza okubeera ak'amaanyi mu mbeera y'ebyennyanja. Baagala okumanya size omuntu aveeyo ng'amanyi n'ensawo bweyimiridde n'engeri gy'agenda okulyamu.
Size eno bweti embeera ngambye nti njikusiikidde nga eriko n'ebyokulya nga lumonde ne kacumbaali oyo ntera gitunda emitwalo ebiri.
Kati nga byonna biwedde.
Nga byonna biwedde n'okusiikibwa byonna.
Emitwalo ebiri. Kati gikole ngenda girya nani? Ngenda girya ne Robert.
Kale mukama.
Gwe kati gwe nkuwagidde ogenda giteeka yeeyemu. Ate nyiza n'oggula endala nze omanyi ndi muzibu. Laga gweraga size. Gweraga size. Ze nkola waabeene saagala nnyo kumanya.
Eno yebeera yesatu.
Eriwa. Oba tulye yesatu Robert. Ekyala ngenda mutwalirako bwennemererawo onsibirako
yongi parkinga
oba tulye ebiri tulye esatu kale ayagambye yesatu abatangize nnyo ate nno nnyinza n'oggula eyena waliwo eyena nze nyiigira ddala busunge bwange kati oyameka
eno yo yena kitundu mukama wange eno yo yena kitundu mukama wange
kati oyagala ndi eriwa
oba tuli eno mukama wange
tuli eyo
yesebo
enkola ya MTN Momope
yesebo
nje twagala okubanga ate njagala okubiriza abantu okozesa enkola ya MTN Momope bakasitoma abajja okubagulako ate namwe bwe mukolagana mu mbeera y'ebintu njagala bakubirize nnyo okozesa enkola ya MTN Momope
njagala mukozese Momope kuba yo nnungi nnyo tugikozese fenna
tugikozeseze wamu tumira omwami sibule
ntumira omwami wange lwakuba mbami ndina bangi taata oba ntumira aliwa
gwe wazaalamu abaana
ntumirako omwami wange Mutebi Richard nti mwagala nnyo n'abaana bange namukose Florence azaala nango bibabula mwagala nnyo
kale
kati nkola eriwa
kola eri ndowooza yesatu tejja tulema ku BBS Fine kwe tuli programu agitoifa mu katale yenze dipato katerega the microphone gulu omugaga waali wano naye soka wesibe apron saagala obeere nga ate ebintu obikwasaganya anti era kati munnaye Katonda bwakuwa ebintu n'otabyewo obwavu buli kuttirawo wesiba bulungi muko wesiba bulungi nnyo njagala obeere nga ate onyumye muko gwe boss oba bakukozesa
bukozesa mukama wange
oditandika ddi okwekozesa
nze subira mwaka gujja
obba otya ngeri gy'oyawulamu kati omukozi ateekwa olina bw'obba okitegeera obba otya oyawula otya
gyenzibamu sibba
okola otya kale oyawula otya oyawula otya
kati okwawula endengegenso gigamba kasoma emitwalo 4.5
naye ng'omugaga yagambye meka
gaga nginamu emitwalo 3 ngina musaba emitwalo 3
kati gwe omutwalo guba gugwo naye ng'oyawula nnyo mukota abagobe gwe
tebasobola kungoba
akugamba 3 gwe n'oŋŋamba 4 kitegeeza bwe ngamba 3 kitundu era oba oyize kitegeeza n'oli abadde anjawula waŋŋambye n'ekitundu ekituufu ye3
mukama wange
abatulaba balungi ndowooza mukitegedde bulungi nnyo olemera kwe3 bw'obozze bw'agamba eno olemera kwe3 abaako engeri gy'ayawulamuko oba nkikubye bubi nedda gibeera 5 sigenda kwonoona mbanyonoonya omulimu guba gufa
ati okkiriza 3 abayo option endala
wabayo option endala
ogende luwero
eruwero yewa
okukyusa
njagala kubawa aprons zino zinzigweko njagala kubawa aprons zino zinzigweko actually ndabika njagala kusiibula kantuleo katini ku budde mu ngeri ekyasinza okubeera ate eyakabi ndabika obudde bunkutte sebo nsaba ani njaga kubambaza jangu baby ono yasomera Kabojja akakyalo okalaba bulungi nnyo kasomera oli mufumbo wange
twasomera Kabojja
kibuba otegeeza ki Kabojja International eno mukubya akalango simanyi bakama babe ngenda bagenda kungira akakyalo kalabika bulungi nnyo oli mufumbo bakutwala dda wesiba bulungi nnyo njagala mwena baga yogeza amazima
ndi mufumbo
kati gwe n'okolawo mulimu ki
tunda byennyanja
gw'otambuza gwe okutukubako bakasoma bagize batya kati wano wooteeka akasente nga bakakuwadde batakozeseza enkola ya MTN Momope akanzaali mukozesa akanzaali akafajiri kale powder njagala gundi zino zinzigweko nazireetedde mmwe BBS Fine yatuwadde sembera wano mbere nga nkwa apron bulungi nnyo ate obulamu tubeere nga tubutambuza mu ngeri ekyasinza okubeera akabi amawulire ageesigika zinagokagoko okulaba buli lunaku essaawa zibeera 4 ez'ekiro oba ez'akawungeezi obeere nga ate okikwa sirinawo kawala kalungi kenyinza kuwa apron jangu gwe omumpi laba omulungi leka muwe laba omulungi abantu basalewo laba omulungi laba tunula bulungi nyeseera bwe omulungi yoyo webale kwanyumiriza mu bulungi bwo bebi
amina
olina omulenzi onoonya Solomon Luba ndowooza wakubireko mbugalo kwakkiririzaamu akaana kalungi ekansooka enkutone n'ensi yeewuunye laba omwana Sasa ne buno buyinza okuyisa obubi. Mukuba bulungi shot. Kuba bulungi olaba? Soko tere bulungi. Smiling muko. Smiling. Iwa kale sobola kusinga ko nnyo wano. Nenga tubagaze binjebere bwobo malirizo okola ekifo kyose okubanga tojja n'okiringira mu kyokka bakiyita mulungu fish fry jangu fish weri okuvira ddala ku mitwalo 2 kitegeeza n'omunaku alya pakira ddala ku mitwalo 7 ebyokulya byonna chips nkoko everything mbirabyewo bia n'ebyokulya byonna bakazi abalungi nga bwe bati tubeere eno sobola kusingako nnyo wano musibe bulungi
mweraba.
Wala tuyanza kisete. Mushkili ya gwai.